Welcome, everyone, to the 60th inaugural ceremonies at the United States Capitol. My name is Emily Boisvert. I am a Capitol tour guide at the U.S. Capitol Visitor Center, where we welcome about 2.5 million visitors a year. Maybe you've been on my tour before, or with my colleague.
My name is Ron Jackson. I've been a tour guide. Well, when President Abraham Lincoln was inaugurated the second time, I was here and it just continued. Glad to have you today. Some of you might recall 4 years ago, my broadcast partner, Janet. Janet is watching. She's helping us. So glad to have you back. Emily, George Washington's inauguration happened April 30th, 1789. Well, that's because of weather. It was supposed to happen March 4th of 1789, and weather today has moved the inauguration inside. But JASIC, and we'll learn more about JASIC later, has a wonderful lineup for us today. What will we learn today?
Well, we're going to be at the United States Capitol building, which Congress first moved into in 1800. We're going to go, this is a shot of the east front right now, and that's the side that most people actually arrive to the Capitol at, which is going to happen today as well. But the first thing that everyone is going to see is the west front of the Capitol, and you can see that there are the 4 flags up. That's usually where we have inaugurations, but what did you say that the temperature was today, Ron?
22 degrees presently. It's approximately 9 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time, and let's just say conditions are supposed to, shall we say, deteriorate as in terms of temperature as the wind chill increases. We'll talk about this. This is not all that unfamiliar that we've had inaugurations inside the Capitol building.
Right, it has happened before, but everyone will be arriving on the east front of the Capitol building today. And let's just go through some of the spaces in the Capitol that you're going to see. The first room we want to show you is the President's room.
Oh,
This gorgeous room.
I wish I could take, and don't tempt me, everyone watching this broadcast into the President's room. This is a space that's not on the public route. We'll talk about what the President will do here. Look at those floors, look at the medallion. This is a stunning room on the second floor of the Senate side of the Capitol. Certainly not to be outdone. There are other rooms that we'll highlight, but look as this camera just politely and gently glides through this wonderful space. Well,
yes, well, I think we should also show the House side of the building.
one would think, right?
Well, yes, of course. And so let's go over to Statuary Hall, where, they're preparing for the luncheon already, and we'll talk a lot more about this room later. But the main action of the day is in the Capitol Rotunda. And maybe you are one of those people who came on one of our 8th grade tours. You know, this is the room that always impresses, and they've done a lot of work to set it up for today.
Look at those paintings. To give you a sense of first chronological perspective, this rotunda is 1824 to 26, and the paintings that you're looking at that we're going to go into great detail a little later on are about the Revolutionary War. So we want the world to know about the Revolutionary War. That particular marble statue to the right that the camera's spanning is called the Portrait Monument. The rotunda, the signature room of the United States Capitol.
Yeah, this is it is usually someone's first sort of exciting moment when they come into the Capitol building. What we can see is that it's under that big Capitol dome,
Yes.
right? And so you kind of walk through that doorway, which you can see straight ahead. That's how most people enter the building. And they look up and they always go, wow, it's 180 feet on the inside. And it's just a really gorgeous space.
Emily, people often ask us, what is the rotunda for? Ceremonies. And this ceremony today, which we've heard so much in the last few days about President Ronald Wilson Reagan in 1985, I think it's rather ironic where the stage is set up. President-elect Trump will look at a statue of President Reagan. You know, we were talking about weather, and look at this. Oh, this is, now you're up my alley here. Emily just mentioned 180 feet to a painting called The Apotheosis of George Washington. And friends, there's an artist whose name we're going to talk about at some length, Constantino Bernini, who painted it. To give you an idea of size, it's the size of a basketball court. But Emily, doesn't this room look familiar to some of us? I shouldn't say some, but quite a few thousands were here just 2 weeks ago.
Right. You know, this is a really a great ceremony that we're going to have today, but it's not the only ceremony that we have in the Capitol Rotunda. And this was the site of President Carter's lying in state just a few days ago. It's not quite 2 weeks ago. And certainly Ron and I were here for that as well.
President Ronald Wilson Reagan laying in state the summer of 2005. I remember distinctly lines extending to the Air and Space Museum. To give you an idea, friends, that's about 5 to 7 blocks away from the Capitol. It was a long wait. But today we'll witness the transition of power. Vice President-elect
J.D. Vance?
How could I forget J.D. Vance from Ohio? J.D. Vance from Ohio and President Donald Trump.
Yes. And, you know, we've had how many of these at the Capitol? We've had quite a few ceremonies, inaugural ceremonies at the Capitol building. Of course, they weren't all here because they only moved here in 1800. Yep. And so before 1800, they were in New York and then in Philadelphia and now finally here in Washington. This is a great shot here of the paintings. Now, those paintings in the background that we're seeing, they're by John Trumbull. And Ron, do you want to say a little bit about them?
John Trumbull from Lebanon, Connecticut, lost use of his left eye. He fell downstairs. He became an aide-de-camp to George Washington, and he's commissioned to paint these paintings. Now, I would say if we have any students, and I hope that we do, I hope we have a school group watching, the painting on the left-hand side very likely is recognizable to our 5th and 8th graders. Yes, it is Independence Hall in Philadelphia. It's not Independence Day. And President Thomas Jefferson, I hope we can zoom in even closer on the red vest. That's Thomas Jefferson. Look at that paper. That is not just point by point, Emily. That is page by page as to why we're leaving the crown. What a pointed moment. 2026, the country's birthday is 250 birthdays just ahead, but also President Jefferson, President Adams, who died the same day, they will be highlighted as well. But look at this to John Hancock as to why we're leaving the crown. That is a stunning, stunning view. Can I get into a little bit of symbolism here? Notice this. Sunlight is on the floor, but did we notice the curtains?
Oh, the curtains.
Sunlight is on the floor. Did we notice the drapes? How could one interpret that? One could, it's some level of secrecy. Now, it's not unfounded. You see this a lot during this time period during the Revolutionary War. I think who's interesting as well, the person to the far left in that, I'm not good with colors, Emily, but it's kind of mauve. I don't know. It's kind of pinkish.
It's a reddish color jacket.
That's George Wythe. He's the first law professor. Just to aside, George Wythe, the first law professor in our country. But there's a lot going on in this painting. This painting's 12 by 18. Frame is curved, painting's flat.
I think that's bigger than my freshman dorm room. Also, you know, in this shot, we're seeing that beautiful bronze of George Washington by Houdon. And this is, if you've ever been to Richmond, to the Capitol in Richmond, the state capitol, this is a copy of that lovely marble that's the original by the French artist. And we have the bronze, which is part of the state statue collection. And, you know, it's just one of those iconic pieces of art that we see in the Capitol building. A lot of the sculpture in the Capitol building is of presidents. The next one over is Truman. That's our newest, one of our newest statues. And you can see there also, looks like the Marine Band is starting to set up there in the Capitol Rotunda. So we're all just getting ready for the ceremony a little bit later.
We're going to transition to the east front of the Capitol, the scene of where President Jackson was inaugurated on the East Portico. That's the center under the flag. Just, you can call it, for layman's terms, a porch, if you will. This is a Senate side view, and there's a pediment to the right of the dome that's in form of a little bit of a triangle. It's called the progress of civilization. But the East Front has seen inaugurations. Let's think about this. When President Biden leaves, that's the same side that President Carter had inauguration. We mentioned Eisenhower, Kennedy. For a lot of people, this is the side of the Capitol for, if you're a certain age. This is, we don't say front or back, but the East Front is pointed. That centerpiece, genius of America. Let's slowly start to see people arrive. I love this plaza. This is where the helicopter, Marine One, will take the departing president. There it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm curious to our audience. I wonder what, when they see this particular piece of aircraft, is the white top more prevalent than the green? You know, and there's a ceremony that we'll talk about for the departure, but there's plenty of people on the Supreme Court Library of Congress side that this is the moment they look forward to.
Right, because the East Front looks right onto the Library of Congress and the Supreme Court. So we've got the Library of Congress in our backyard.
Oh, look at that setting.
How lucky are we that we get to use the Library of Congress? It is the biggest library in the world. But yeah, here's back to the East Front. You know, this is not how the Capitol would have looked if you had been here. Even, you know, when the first Capitol was finished in 1826, we've added on to this side of the building. And this, I was thinking about this the other day. The space where President Lincoln would have stood for his swearing in is now inside.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And they moved that whole piece out about 30 feet, right, in the 1960s. So we're looking specifically at the Senate side of the Capitol right now. You know, you can almost split the Capitol down the middle. Half belongs to the Senate, half belongs to the House. But today, everybody's going to be arriving on this side of the building over to the Senate.
I think what stands out for me is freedom. The statue on top of them, freedom, triumphant in war and peace. Dedicated December 2nd in 1863. You know, we talked about inauguration so much. Thomas Jefferson walked from the modern-day Nicholas Longworth building, which used to be a hotel at one point, and entered the Capitol and gave his address and the oath of office. That was our first inauguration. It happened in the old Supreme Court. It used to be the Senate. But look at this Iron Dome. The first dome was wooden. We'll talk about him a little later. Charles Bulfinch from Boston.
My home state.
I have a Southern accent, so Boston is the best I can do. The wooden dome burned. It was completed in 1824 to 26. The wooden dome burned Christmas Eve of 1851. And in 1855, Congress appropriated $100,000 for this beautiful wrought iron dome. The engineer, Montgomery Cunningham Meigs from Augusta, Georgia. The architect, Thomas U. Walter from Philadelphia. And speaking of architects, our new architect who arrived in May of last year, Thomas Alston, smashing job here. Smashing job with all that he's had to deal with. Okay.
And I think right now, we're going to learn a little bit more about the history of inaugurations.
I'm ready.
And we have a video for you to look at.
Welcome to the 60th inaugural ceremonies. The inaugural ceremonies are a celebration of the peaceful transition of power, a uniquely American symbol of our constitutional system. It is a joint effort of all three branches of the U.S. government, led by the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, referred to as the JCIC. Although the Constitution specified the oath taken by the President, the framers of the Constitution provided that Congress would determine when and where the inauguration would take place. Since 1901, all inaugural ceremonies at the U.S. Capitol have been organized by the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies. The first 28 inaugurations, however, were planned by the Committee on Arrangements of the United States Senate. The JCIC is responsible for planning all inaugural events that occur at the U.S. Capitol. As a joint committee, the JCIC is comprised of members from both houses of Congress. one of the unique cases of bicameral involvement in Congress. Members of the committee work across ideological and legislative divisions to host a celebration of our democracy. For the 60th inaugural ceremonies, the JSIC is chaired by Senator Amy Klobuchar and includes Senate Democratic Leader Charles E. Schumer, Senator Deb Fischer, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, and House Democratic Leader Hakeem Jeffries. The JSIC oversees all details of the inaugural ceremonies that happen at the U.S. Capitol. This includes the arrival of the presidential motorcade to the Capitol, the swearing-in ceremonies of the president-elect and vice president-elect, the departure of the outgoing First Family, if applicable, the presidential signing ceremony, the luncheon in Statuary Hall, and the pass in review. JSIC members serve as ceremonial escorts for the president-elect while at the Capitol on Inauguration Day. The JSIC works closely with local and national law enforcement to ensure the safety of inaugural guests and spectators. The inaugural ceremonies are comprised of the following 8 events. By tradition, members of the JSIC travel to the White House to escort the president-elect, vice president-elect, and their spouses to the Capitol for the inaugural ceremonies. After a brief meeting, the president-elect and the outgoing president will then proceed together to the Capitol for the swearing-in ceremonies. The vice president and vice president-elect will follow, as will family members, cabinet members, and members of the JSIC. Since the first inauguration of George Washington in 1789, the procession to the inaugural ceremonies has provided an occasion for much celebration. In 1845, outgoing President John Tyler joined President-elect Polk for the carriage ride to the Capitol, firmly establishing the tradition first carried out by Van Buren and Jackson in 1837. The 1877 inauguration of Rutherford B. Hayes started the tradition of the president-elect going first to the White House to meet the outgoing president before proceeding to the Capitol. The vice president and vice president-elect followed in a separate carriage, and after them, members of the Senate Committee on Arrangements. Future inaugurations would follow this precedent. Just before the president-elect takes the oath of office on Inauguration Day, the vice president-elect will step forward on the inaugural platform and repeat the oath of office. Although the United States Constitution specifically sets forth the oath required by the president, it only says that the vice president and other government officers should take an oath upholding the Constitution. The present oath, repeated by the Vice President of the United States, senators, representatives, and other government officers, has been in use since 1884. The oath reads, "I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter. So help me God." A variety of officials have administered the oath to vice presidents, including the President pro tempore of the Senate, the Chief Justice, the outgoing vice president, as well as friends and associates chosen by the vice president-elect. The location of the vice president's oath-taking ceremony has also changed since John Adams became vice president in 1789. Until 1937, most vice presidents took the oath of office in the Senate chamber, making it distinct and separate from the president's. When Inauguration Day moved to January 20th in 1937, the vice president's swearing-in ceremony moved from the Senate chamber to the inaugural platform on the Capitol's east front. Although the vice president's swearing-in ceremony lost some of its distinctness after it moved to the east front portico, it gained a public audience and reflected the growing political importance of the vice president as part of the executive branch of government. On April 30th, 1789, in front of New York's Federal Hall, our nation's first president, George Washington, took the oath of office on a balcony overlooking Wall Street. With the ceremony complete, The crowd below let out 3 big cheers, and President Washington returned to the Senate chamber to deliver his brief inaugural address. 4 years later, on March 4, 1793, Washington's second inauguration happened in Philadelphia, where the government had taken up temporary residence while a permanent capital was being built along the Potomac. The president took his oath in a small Senate chamber on the second floor of Congress Hall. In March of 1801, the seat of the U.S. government had moved to Washington, D.C. The streets were muddy, almost impassable, and overgrown with bushes. On March 4, 1801, President-elect Thomas Jefferson walked with few attendants and little fanfare to the Capitol building from his nearby lodgings at a boarding house to become the first president to be inaugurated in the nation's new capital city. Upon entering the Senate chamber, now the old Supreme Court chamber, Jefferson immediately took the oath of office administered by Chief Justice John Marshall and addressed the audience gathered in the Senate chamber. After his inaugural address, he finished his day with a meal at the boarding house. But for a few occasions, the inauguration ceremonies for all future presidents and vice presidents would take place in the city of Washington. Andrew Jackson's inauguration on March 4, 1829, was the first of 35 held on the east front of the Capitol, though Jackson's second inauguration in 1833 took place inside the House chamber because of his ill health and bad weather. Presidents from Martin Van Buren in 1837 to Theodore Roosevelt in 1905 were sworn into office on the Capitol's east front. In 1909, a raging blizzard forced William Howard Taft's ceremony indoors to the Senate chamber. Ronald Reagan's 1981 inauguration was the first held on the west front of the Capitol. Seeking to minimize construction costs and improve visibility for a larger number of spectators, Congress shifted the ceremony from its traditional location of the east front. Although Ronald Reagan's second inauguration on January 21, 1985, was forced indoors to the Capitol Rotunda because of bitterly cold weather, subsequent inaugurations have continued the West Front tradition, including those for George Bush in 1989, Bill Clinton in 93 and 97, George W. Bush in 2001 and 2005, Barack Obama in 2009 and 2013, Donald Trump in 2017, and Joe Biden in 2021. The custom of delivering an address on Inauguration Day started with the very first inauguration, George Washington's, on April 30th, 1789. After taking his oath of office on the balcony of Federal Hall in New York City, Washington proceeded to the Senate chamber, where he read a speech before members of Congress and other dignitaries. At his second inauguration in Philadelphia on March 4th, 1793, Washington gave the shortest inaugural address on record, just 135 words. Every president since Washington has delivered an inaugural address. While many of the early presidents read their addresses before taking the oath, current custom dictates that the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court administer the oath first, followed by the president's speech. William Henry Harrison delivered the longest inaugural address at 8,445 words on March 4, 1841. John Adams' inaugural address, which totaled 2,308 words, contained the longest sentence at 737 words. In 1921, Warren G. Harding became the first president to take his oath and deliver his inaugural address through loudspeakers. In 1925, Calvin Coolidge's inaugural address was the first to be broadcast nationally by radio. And in 1949, Harry S. Truman became the first president to deliver his inaugural address over television airwaves. Most presidents use their inaugural address to present their vision of America and to set forth their goals for the nation. Some of the most eloquent and powerful speeches are still quoted today. In 1865, in the waning days of the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln stated, "With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right." let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and his orphan, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations. In 1933, Franklin D. Roosevelt avowed, "We have nothing to fear but fear itself." And in 1961, John F. Kennedy declared, "And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country." When applicable, following the swearing-in ceremonies on the west front of the U.S. Capitol, the outgoing President and First Lady leave the Capitol to begin their post-presidential lives. Traditionally, the President's departure takes place with little ceremony. In 1797, George Washington attended the inauguration of his successor, John Adams. With few exceptions, subsequent departing presidents followed Washington's example. Until the early 20th century, the departing president also usually accompanied the newly elected president on the carriage ride from the Capitol to the White House following the inauguration. In the early 20th century, a new tradition evolved whereby the outgoing president quietly left the Capitol immediately following the swearing-in ceremony. In 1909, after congratulating President William Howard Taft, former President Theodore Roosevelt left the Capitol for Union Station, where he took a train to his home in New York. Outgoing Presidents Coolidge and Hoover also left the Capitol for Union Station, where they traveled home by train. Outgoing Presidents Truman, Eisenhower, and Johnson left the Capitol by car. In recent years, the newly installed President and Vice President have escorted their predecessors out of the Capitol after the swearing-in ceremony. The members of the JASIC gather on the stairs on the east front of the Capitol building and watch as the new Vice President escorts the outgoing Vice President and his spouse out of the Capitol through a military cordon. Then the new President escorts the outgoing President and his spouse through the military cordon. Since Gerald Ford's departure in 1977, the former President and First Lady have traditionally left the Capitol grounds by helicopter, weather permitting. The first official actions taken by the newly sworn-in President of the United States occur in the President's room, just off the Senate chamber in the U.S. Capitol. After the departure of the former President and First Lady, the new President gathers there with aides and members of Congress to sign nominations and sometimes memorandums, proclamations, or executive orders. This tradition began in 1981 with President Ronald Reagan. Prior to that time, nominations were often submitted to the Senate on Inauguration Day without ceremony. While the tradition of an inaugural luncheon dates as far back as 1897, when the Senate Committee on Arrangements gave a luncheon for President McKinley and several other guests at the Capitol, it did not begin in its current form until 1953. That year, President Dwight D. Eisenhower, Mrs. Eisenhower, and 50 other guests of the JASIC dined on creamed chicken, baked ham, and potato puffs in the now restored Old Senate Chamber. From the mid-19th century to the early 20th century, presidents left the Capitol after the swearing-in ceremonies and traveled to the White House for a luncheon prepared by the outgoing President and First Lady. In 1949, Secretary of the Senate Leslie Biffle hosted a small lunch for President Truman in his Capitol reception room. They dined on South Carolina turkey, Smithfield ham, potato salad, and pumpkin pie. In 1953, the JASIC began its current tradition of hosting a luncheon for the President, Vice President, and their spouses, Senate leaders, the JASIC members, and other invited guests. At the inaugural luncheon in 1981, newly sworn-in President Ronald Reagan announced the release of 52 American citizens who had been held hostage in Iran for 444 days. The luncheon often features cuisine reflecting the home states of the new President and Vice President, or the JASIC chairman, as well as the theme of the inauguration. The program includes speeches, gift presentations from the JASIC, and toasts to the new administration. After the conclusion of the inaugural ceremonies and the luncheon, the President and Vice President traditionally make their way to the east front steps of the Capitol, where they will review military troops before leading a procession of ceremonial military regiments, citizen groups, marching bands, and floats down Pennsylvania Avenue to the White House for the inaugural parade. The inaugural ceremonies may be a routine event, but it remains a unique symbol of our constitutional system. Today, as we celebrate the inauguration of our next President of the United States, we signal to the rest of the world that we are united as a people behind an enduring republic.
Welcome again to the 60th inaugural ceremonies. If you're just joining us, my name is Emily Boisvert, and I am joined by my colleague, Ron Jackson. We are both visitor guides at the United States Capitol Visitor Center. That was a great video, Ron. What did you think?
Pointed video, specific. It states the purpose, why we're here. And it leads to a trivia question that we're going to have very shortly.
We'll see how people are paying attention.
Yes, we will. Yes, we will. Purpose of JASIC, purpose of us, wonderful.
Yeah, I was struck at how technology has changed so much. Here we are, we're live streaming on the internet, something that, past presidents would even know what we were talking about. But, okay, ready, trivia question. You ready, Ron? Okay.
I'm ready.
Whose inauguration was the first to be broadcast on radio?
Repeat the question.
Whose inauguration was the first to be broadcast on radio?
Do I have an A, B, or C? Are you giving me options?
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. A, Calvin Coolidge. B, FDR. C, Millard Fillmore. Or D, President Kennedy.
A.
You are correct. Ding, ding, ding.
22 million people heard that broadcast for the first time. His vice president was Charles Dawes of Georgia. And as a matter of fact, President Coolidge would make 40 more addresses via the radio. But I think if you're a certain age, you would instantly think of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. It's tough to mention Franklin Delano Roosevelt without mentioning Anna Eleanor Roosevelt as First Lady. But that's almost 100 years ago. It happened March of 1925.
Yeah, the 35th inaugural ceremonies.
You mentioned about this medium of broadcast. 1901 is when we start to see images, and people love inaugurations. I want to be specific. Where do inaugurations happen? The People's Building. There are some exceptions, but it's important. It happens here, the Capitol, not the Supreme Court, not the White House, the People's Building.
Right, and I think here we're getting ready for the rotunda. This has been transformed to be able to host the inauguration. I mean, I'm used to seeing it with thousands of eighth graders, but today it's set up for this very solemn and important event of the transfer of power from one presidential administration to the next.
Expect a voice from the Military District of Washington to introduce all the ceremonial rituals that we'll see. The selected guest only. Again, certainly feel for the thousands, tens of thousands that are expected to be here to witness this in person on our West Front. But again, weather works. It is not. I mean, this picture that you see looks favorable, but look at the wind. The wind chills low. As a matter of fact, walking in this morning, it was an icy walk. I approached the Capitol in darkness. So. Oh, here's the view of the rotunda again.
And I think we can just listen in. I think they're playing right now. Yeah, so the Marine Band looks like they're on the left-hand side of the screen. It is a tradition that they come to inaugurations. It started with Thomas Jefferson. They think that that's the first time that the Marine Band ever performed at an inauguration, and also that President Jefferson is the one who really gave them the moniker, the president's own Marine Band.
President William Jefferson Clinton had a quote about the Marine Band. He said there's a lot of things in Washington he won't miss, but one thing he will miss, the Marine Band.
Yeah, and I can see why. I mean, these are professionals. Look at the pageantry in their uniforms. I mean, it's always a treat when we get to hear them play.
Emily, can you imagine if they were outside, wind instrument, your lips on a trumpet, on a flute?
Yeah. Those brass instruments, they can freeze up really fast. So I bet they're happy that they're inside today.
You mentioned earlier in the broadcast about President Truman being to the right of the George Washington statue. President Truman had the first broadcast, right, in terms of television. That happened in 1947. This is one of our new statues that we have.
From Missouri.
Missouri, yes. On his left hand. When you arrive in the rotunda, get closer to him, look at, make your eyes work. That's a phrase I use to students all the time. Make your eyes work. Look at every part of a statue, their hands, their feet, their expression. It's wonderful. That rotunda floor is made of Virginia sandstone, the same sandstone as the walls.
Right, and I think we're going to go, maybe some people are starting to arrive. So I'm hoping to see who's coming. We're definitely still setting up, but people are going to trickle in as we go through this. So we'll get to see that as well, hopefully. Oh, yep, here we go.
It's interesting, President Reagan's inauguration in 1985, so many were standing. If you look at the footage of it, so many, just about all. We'll talk about John Stennis from Mississippi earlier, who was seated. He was recovering from an illness. But look at this moment as the first group arrive.
Earlier you were talking about the Capitol dome and how it's made out of cast iron. Imagine all of the work that goes into the upkeep of the Capitol, and that's all done by our big boss, the architect of the Capitol.
Tremendous job.
Yep, and the Capitol dome has had a couple of restorations over the years. The most recent one was in 2016, but they also just finished this whole restoration of the stone on the outside of the Capitol. I mean, some of it is from the sandstone that you were just mentioning is also on the outside of the Capitol, kind of in the middle of the building. But then on the bigger wings with the pediments, that's all marble from Lee, Massachusetts.
Yes.
I have a lot of Massachusetts facts. I know Ron's from Kentucky, I'm from Massachusetts, and we each have our own, we each have our own special facts about where we're from.
Let's listen to the University of Nebraska at Lincoln Choir, please.
That was, I mean, just gorgeous. From the University of Nebraska. That is so hard to do, to change how you're going to stand for a performance like that. I'm a singer, and I've done many performances in all different types of places. That was amazing. That song was One Voice by Ruth Moody. And now I think we're going to see some people arrive, maybe. We're back on the East Front. So hopefully some people are going to start showing up pretty soon.
Our former vice presidents are approaching now. Remember, this will be the inauguration of the 50th vice president, J.D. Vance from the state of Ohio. The vice president is president of the Senate. Again, this angle provided for us by JASIC depicts the Senate side of the Capitol. We expect to see former vice presidents arriving shortly. That was a wonderful rendition. We love music, and see the pan shot here that's getting the entire campus. Well, I shouldn't say when we say East Front, we're talking the area across from the Library of Congress and the modern-day Supreme Court. So oftentimes we say East Front, and someone might say, well, could you be more specific? And I'm hoping that that helps.
Yeah, and we've been mentioning JASIC a couple of times, and we said it at the top, but we'll repeat it again, that JASIC stands for the Joint Committee on Congressional Inaugural Ceremonies. That is quite a mouthful, and that's why we say JASIC. And I think we have a little bit more information from the members of JASIC, specifically the chair of this inauguration's JASIC committee, Amy Klobuchar. So we'll be watching that.
The peaceful transfer of power is at the heart of our democracy. It reaffirms that ours is and always will be a government of, by, and for the people. The inaugural ceremonies are one of our most iconic traditions, where we recognize our democracy and the sacred values that tie us together in front of millions of people across the country and around the globe. The tradition of the inaugural ceremonies at the Capitol dates back to when Thomas Jefferson took office in the old Senate chamber in 1801. It was almost 8 years after President George Washington first laid the cornerstone of the building in 1793, and only one wing of the building had been completed at the time. Over time, the ceremony was moved to the east side of the building and later to the west front for President Ronald Reagan's inauguration in 1981. Through the years, our dedication to the continuity of our government has remained the same, and today we carry the torch forward yet again. The inaugural ceremonies are the culmination of nearly 250 years of our great American experiment in democracy. Our founding fathers intended for the stability of the country to be rooted in the will of the people. Whether or not our candidate wins, we as a nation recognize that when the president-elect raises his right hand and takes the inaugural oath of office, that signifies the peaceful transfer of power. That's what this ceremony is all about. Since George Washington was sworn in as our first president in 1789, the inaugural ceremonies have taken place every 4 years through times of peace, prosperity, and adversity. Today, we gather at the Capitol, a beacon of freedom, to fulfill the Constitution's promise to protect our enduring democracy for generations to come.
"175 years ago, one former senator and Secretary of State summarized the theme of our 2025 presidential inauguration. He said, "The Constitution of the United States was made not merely for the generation that then existed, but for posterity, unlimited, undefined, endless, perpetual posterity." Our Constitution established this country as a shining city upon a hill, the first nation founded upon an idea, Our Constitution realized the founders' vision of a government striving to protect each person's right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our Constitution revolutionized America. It revolutionized the world. It was the first of its kind. In many ways, our Constitution was for the generation who wrote it. But more than that, it was for the generations that followed. It is for us today. And it is for our descendants, the generations that will follow us. The Constitution enshrined our inalienable God-given rights. It immortalized America's commitment to justice and to liberty for all, and the democracy that keeps those ideals alive. After all, the Constitution begins with we the people. Today's inauguration continues the traditions that have upheld our nation and its peaceful transfer of power for almost 2.5 centuries. The theme of the 60th inaugural ceremonies is Our Enduring Democracy, a constitutional promise. Like I said earlier, that theme was described 175 years ago, a decade before the Civil War. But most significantly, it was described at our founding. It is described in our very own Constitution, established to secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. This 60th inauguration, only the second time a president has been sworn in for a second time, marks another milestone in securing those blessings for ourselves and the generations to come. May we not forget the rich significance of our peaceful transfer of power today. And may today renew our commitment to the American Constitution and to the American people.
Welcome back to the 60th inauguration. You are looking presently at the east front of the United States Capitol. We look forward to welcoming the children of President George Bush. You see the camera zooming in. What a wonderful video. We just heard from Senator Deb Fisher from Nebraska, the chair of CHASIC, Senator Amy Klobuchar from Minnesota. So as we continue to zoom in towards the east front, the buildup continues. I know it's noon that the oath of office is rendered, but there's so much to see prior to this on a rather beautiful but cold day.
Right. You can see the ice is still on the lawn out there. A lot of work goes into making sure that all of these surfaces are safe for everyone to walk on. And hopefully we'll get to see former President Bush arrive fairly shortly.
There is a tree that his father planted to Lamar Smith from Texas. I'm a huge fan of our Capitol grounds. So when we talk about names, sometimes I'm going to reference trees. You'll hear that throughout the broadcast. And the type of tree, I know. Like there's a white ash to Speaker Sam Rayburn. It's not far. Matter of fact, there is a tree to Senator Edward Kennedy just to the left. Actually, you can see it in this camera range now. That tree just to the left of the brick wall here.
Oh, and here they are. Here's, this is, I believe, former President Bush and Mrs. Bush, Laura Bush. They're arriving now, coming around to the carriage door. I mean, carriage door, because at one point people arrived by carriages, right?
Yes.
And so they'll be coming in over on the Senate side of the building in just a few minutes, I think.
I love that Laura and George Bush, President, they met at the undergraduate library, right?
Well, she was a librarian.
You're right, she was a librarian.
Yep.
Yeah, I love that.
Yep. President Bush, he served 2 terms in office. Right?
Yes, yes.
starting in 2001. I don't know, could I go back that far? That was 20 years ago.
I tell you, his inauguration wasn't exactly warm that day as well, at least the first one, as I recall. Look at everyone. Now, this is our first look at really at the House side of the Capitol. Our camera views focused on the Senate side. This extension happened in 1857. So for those that have watched a State of the Union or an address in the House chamber, that chamber is December 16th, 1857.
Yeah, from this angle, you can really see the difference between the two types of stone as well. You know, the older stone that is painted sandstone, and then the lovely marble on the other side. But you get a really good view of how the Capitol has been put together through time. But it looks seamless.
Yes. Emily, we have another trivia question for everyone.
We do.
Okay. How many swearing-in ceremonies have occurred on the east front of the Capitol? Again, when we say east front, we're talking about if you're coming from the Library of Congress or the Supreme Court, looking back at the Capitol, how many inaugural swearing-ins have occurred on the east front? Can I give people numbers?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, give me.
Okay, here we go.
Give me a list.
A, 14, B, 24, C, 26, just to throw you off, D, 34.
Well, I read this last night, so I know it's 34. I know it's 34 happened on this side of the building over time.
The point being is this is what a lot of people are used to seeing. Again, if you're a certain age, this side is, my goodness, all of the building is historic, but this is memorable for a lot of people. For President Kennedy, we could go Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Not all of them, but
right. I mean, I think being the history nerd that I am, the picture of the inauguration I think of this side of the building is Lincoln's. I mean, I mentioned him before, but I'll mention him again.
Frederick Douglass, who attended the second inauguration of President Lincoln.
Right.
That's when I arrived.
And, they're still building the Capitol, the new dome, when they had Lincoln's inauguration on this side of the building. So we've had inaugurations under all sorts of circumstances. And yet, there is a transfer of power, this enduring democracy that the two senators were talking about. It all goes on. And I mean, I saw another car come in, but I don't know who's arriving at the moment. But we will definitely see more and more people as we go through. While I'm looking at this, I'm looking at those lanterns.
Oh, sure.
And this landscape was done by Frederick Law Olmsted. If you think, oh, maybe I've heard of his name before, you might have heard of him because he's the one who designed. Ron, you're the expert.
Oh,
Central Park.
Central Park. Every college campus, from Maine to the state of Georgia, Iowa State. There's a tree. Yes, there's a tree named after Frederick Law Olmsted, not far from this area. You'll have to come and take our Capitol Grounds tour. Not in January, for goodness sakes, in May and June. We anticipate more of dignitaries approaching, more families. Just think about when their day started. This morning, with some of them with the prayer breakfast, some with, at St. John's Church, which is historic, just across from Lafayette Park. So again, this build-up continues.
Yeah, and I think, here we go. Yes, this is the Trump family arriving now.
That's hard to believe. The 2017 inauguration of Vice President Pence and President Trump, it was 48 degrees. You remember that, Emily? It rained. You remember it rained at least part of that day. And although I must say, people are walking as if it's not exactly recreational weather out there, but
they're walking swiftly,
ambitiously.
When I was looking at the inaugural movie that we saw before, the thing I noticed was how tiny Barron Trump was, because he was just a little boy.
Well, not now.
Not now.
No,
Yep, now he's in college. And so looks like some folks are getting out of the cars now. But yeah, I believe all of the president's elect's children, his children are attending today. It's a big event for families, real pinnacle moment.
Mm-hmm.
We're just watching.
They are
them
moving
coming
quickly.
in.
That's a
Yeah. There they are, walking inside, yeah.
reacting to the person in the brown overcoat, moving swiftly.
Mm-hmm.
That's like 2017, so this is something they're familiar with. This is
Right, so I think in the green, that's Ivanka Trump.
this fastest, yeah.
Yes. Lovely green jacket. We have
There's
more
someone in
family
black
members
that I
coming in.
just missed. They're doing this rather quickly. That's rather impressively.
Yep, all of this, of course, timed so that we can get to the noon swearing-in ceremony. And yeah, more and more people arriving as we keep on talking, and they're going to fill up the rotunda. Hundreds of people in the rotunda today and in Emancipation Hall, which is in the Capitol Visitor Center. Capitol Visitor Center is right underneath that plaza that you see. So there we go. There's the rotunda. Everybody will take their seats in there.
I'd like to hear more from the choir. I was rather impressed.
Yeah. Yeah, the choir is a joint choir. Senator Fisher, we just heard from, she's from Nebraska, and so she asked them to come and talk, to sing for the inauguration because she's on the joint committee, and I think they did a really great job, considering they had to change everything at the last minute, like everyone else, because we're honoring the request of the president-elect to hold the ceremonies inside this year, because, as we've been talking about, it's cold outside.
There's going to be I can promise you, a stirring rendition by Lee Greenwood. I can recall my years at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. And I think the first time I heard Lee Greenwood was 1986. And he sang God Bless America. There was, I can't remember the field, but a lot of people have heard this rendition via television, perhaps radio. There is nothing like it in person. And so not just the words, but look at his expression, look at everyone that's around, and you will be moved. This is one of our great moments of an inauguration. Music. I can recall last inauguration, Garth Brooks, who rented the national anthem, just literally came in from the East Front, went through the West Front, down to the platform, and then shook someone's hand and walked away. It's just so expect a moment here from Mr. Lee Greenwood singing "God Bless America."
I think that that's going to be in a little while, but before that, I heard that some more people are arriving.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, so I think former vice presidents are going to start to arrive next. So we're waiting on that. But I agree with you. Music is a very important part of the inauguration, and I'm looking forward to all of the performances that we're going to hear today.
Friends, let's hear from the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and Steve Scalise, respectively, from Louisiana. I think you'll be touched by this video as well.
The history of the inauguration is in part a history of our people and our government. On our first inauguration day in 1789, church bells rang and ceremonial cannons were fired to celebrate George Washington becoming president. Every inauguration is a reminder that the people, and not just one man, are the ones ultimately in charge. I've experienced firsthand 2 inaugurations live, and they're such special events. Regardless of policies and politics, an inauguration represents a new moment in America as we honor a time-cherished tradition. There's reverence and a sense of togetherness, and that's what our country needs. I really believe President Trump will do a phenomenal job, and we all know the presidency is bigger than even just one man. It takes all of us for the country to succeed, and the American people are the smartest, hardworking, and most generous people in all of the world. We live in the greatest country in the history of the world, and with a great president and the great American people, I truly believe our country can soar to new heights. The inauguration also reminds us of the importance of faith. Every president has taken the oath of office using a Bible. After George Washington was sworn in, he kissed the Bible where he placed his hand. Calvin Coolidge, Ulysses Grant, Benjamin Harrison, so many other presidents did the exact same thing. And for hundreds of years now, presidents have concluded their oath with the words, "So help me God."
So help you God.
So help me God.
So help me God.
So help me God.
The United States is a gift from above, and our founders made sure that we knew that our rights come from God and not the government. They boldly proclaimed that as a self-evident truth. So even that phrase, "So help me God," is a reminder that we would be nowhere without heaven's continued care and blessing. We're all excited for the America First agenda that President Trump is leading. And we also have a real sense of reflection on our history. Our grand experiment in self-governance has endured for nearly 250 years now. In fact, it was 250 years ago, this year, that the first shots of the revolution were fired at Lexington and Concord, and Paul Revere made his famous ride. Our people have endured world wars and civil wars. We've endured economic depressions and even terrorist attacks. But no matter what trouble we face, or how many times we get knocked down, we're going to get back up. We'll never be destroyed, and we will always press ahead. The secret of our genius is the timeless principles that we represent. The belief that every person is made in the image of God and has the inalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We boldly proclaim that as a self-evident truth. And as we remember all the presidents we've had and the 250 years of history our people have made, we're praying that our country and our experiment in self-government will endure for generations to come.
A presidential inauguration is so important to our country because this shows the peaceful transfer of power from one president to the next. And it's not just important to the United States, to people all around the world. It shows what a real democracy looks like, and it reminds everybody why the United States is such a special place. Every presidential inauguration is an opportunity for the new president to lay out their agenda for the country and their vision, especially to show the people of the nation what's ahead, that shining city on the hill. And for Donald Trump, he becomes only the second person in history to come back as president a second time. And so as he becomes the 47th president, I'm sure President Trump's going to be laying out that vision for the nation, how we can get our country back on track and show opportunity and optimism for all Americans.
Well, welcome, if you're just joining us, to the 60th inaugural ceremonies. My name is Emily Boisvert, and I'm joined by my colleague, Ron Jackson, and we're here at the United States Capitol. We're looking at the east front of the Capitol building right now, and we're waiting for everyone, anxiously awaiting for everyone to arrive here today for the 60th inauguration.
Emily, that last video, I'd like to highlight what the House Majority Leader, Speaker Solis, referenced about inaugurations. And I wrote this quote down. This inauguration shows what a democracy looks like, the practice of democracy. I thought that was as pointed of a moment of what I've seen so far from the videos. I really like that. Steve Scalise from Louisiana. He knows where my stepmother is from, a little place called Bunkie, Louisiana. You've never heard of that. No one's heard of that. Again, the build-up continues here. By the way, just the cloud cover just kind of split here. Look at that flag.
Oh, that's a great shot down Pennsylvania Avenue. So
that's the first one we've seen of this, right?
Right.
Of this view.
Right. So to your left-hand side, those are the Smithsonian museums, and then right ahead, right there in the middle, is the capital of the United States.
Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest. Well, normally that would be a site of parade, but this year is going to be quite different in terms of a parade. Well, that wind is increased since we came on at 8:55 Eastern Time. That is, again, this was forecasted.
Yeah, but you can really, I mean, it's a cold day, but it's a clear day, so you can see the hills in the background. That's Maryland, believe it or not, because the district is, well, it was part of Maryland originally, and then they carve out this federal district, this federal city of Washington, and designed by Pierre-Charles L'Enfant. So we have these wide avenues that lead to the government buildings like the U.S. Capitol.
All names that of French origin Emily will pronounce.
It goes with the last name. You can learn all of the French names. You know, the black flag underneath the Stars and Stripes, we also have that flying in the rotunda. And a lot of people ask us, especially international visitors, about the flag. Would you like to talk a little bit?
The Prison War Missing Action flag was really ordained when President Reagan President Reagan was inaugurated, if I'm not mistaken, and we've had a particular flag looking like that in the rotunda since the 1980s. You just mentioned about tourists. Please do not touch flags in the rotunda. Don't do it. Don't even think about it. It's not that you're trying to be disrespectful or insensitive. You just may not know, but please don't touch flags. Speaking of flags.
Back in the rotunda. Yeah, look at all those flags. Well, I recognize, of course, the American flag.
In ROTC, I at times, I was part of the color guard. And this is, of course, I was much younger. That is something to hold those streamers, to hold the American flag is a great privilege. As the camera is in this particular zoom, Emily, the three women to the left of the American flag, there's a name for them, the Portrait Monument. And I know we're going to see the rotunda a lot, but just very briefly, who are the women?
Oh, I think, well, we'll definitely talk about that before too long, but I believe that there are some members of the cabinet coming in right now, and cabinet spouses are also arriving. So we have these huge buses.
With the Marine One.
With Marine One in the background.
And for those that have history of the Capitol, but you're not familiar with the new Visitor Center, those skylights, yes, they are new for some. But we anxiously await who's...
A part of me can't believe that Marine One is on the roof of essentially our office, the Capitol Visitor Center, right?
That's true. We anticipate Cabinet designees coming, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the department heads will be here shortly. But America is really on display when it comes to inaugurations.
I don't know about you, but when I was coming in today, I felt like every bus, every mode of transportation has been requisitioned for this event to make sure everybody gets there on time, make sure the streets are clear.
We anticipate seeing Mr. Musk and Zuckerberg leaving these vehicles. They've had a long 2 or 3 days. We're being selfish, or perhaps I'm being selfish in talking about the event for today, but this started, this crescendo to get us to this point has gone on for a couple of days. With no shortage of people gathering around. We'll give us a few seconds, take our time with this.
I think I see Senator Rubio has exited the bus.
Tulsi Gabbard is disembarking very shortly.
These are all people who have been nominated for the president-elect's cabinet.
Kristi Noem. Pete Hegseth, who...
Is that him out front, I believe?
with his hands in his pockets?
Yes.
Without an overcoat? I believe so. This potential Secretary of Defense. Well, he's a military guy. Is this just a mere brisk day for him? He's going to be fine.
Yeah, so it looks like they're getting a military escort into the Capitol. And
I see United States Marines. That's what I see.
Mm-hmm. Is it Marine band, Marine escort?
Well, yes, but I do see Air Force personnel. Look, Military District of Washington, all 6 participating. We're going to hear a little later, I think, from the Coast Guard band.
Yep. There's so much that goes into planning for all of these people to come to the Capitol building and gather together for this ceremony. All the little pieces, we're seeing all of them right now.
Emily, I saw people running in shorts on Capitol Saturday. Yesterday morning, breezy. Then conditions changed. It was cold. It was windy. You wouldn't know, but look how beautiful the day is.
It looks clear, but I'm telling you, it is very cold. Oh, and there's another shot of the Capitol right out front.
Oh, Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest, yes.
Yep.
It's about a mile and a half between the Capitol building and the President's house. By the way, it's Theodore Roosevelt that renamed the President's house the White House. That's who did that.
Yep. So it looks like everybody's making their way inside. I'm sure they're happy about that.
Emily, I think we've seen no shortage of I'd say about 300 people that have entered the East Front. And we know the rotunda. We saw chairs. There won't be that many to be seated, and there's other areas they'll be placed at. So it will be hundreds and hundreds of people here. But the moment in the rotunda, yes, that will be restricted.
Well, at least this time they get seats, because with President Reagan's second inauguration, they didn't have enough time to set all this up like we did for today, and there was basically standing room only. If you look at that footage,
people have seen footage by now. There were people, unfortunately, shall we say, close to statues. Okay, they were hanging from certain statues. Don't do that ever. You'll catch my eye. Don't do that ever.
Yeah, but here we are back in the rotunda waiting for everyone to arrive. There are some things in here that are different from how you normally see it, the bunting in particular. They've added for inauguration specifically. Usually that's not here. We're a little more pared back, typically.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, former Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable Mitch McConnell, accompanied by the Honorable Elaine Chao.
Senator Mitch McConnell just being introduced from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and his wife, former Secretary of Labor, Elaine Chao.
Yep, they're coming in from the Senate side of the building.
Senator Mitch McConnell, who is no longer in leadership, but still very prevalent. Well, what he has seen, think about the years, he dates back to the 1960s, the early 60s, before the March on Washington even, when he arrived in terms of being an intern as well. Think about this, they just introduced the former minority and majority leader of the Senate, and President-elect Donald Trump won't be sworn in until approximately noon. Now again, stay with us. Even beyond the inauguration, the National Statuary Hall with our luncheon, the President's Room, the sign. There's a lot to see.
That's right. Now, we've been talking about how cold it is. outside, right?
Yes.
Did you notice when we were watching the inauguration that people weren't wearing hats?
Didn't
When we
notice
were
that.
in the video.
Did notice that.
So which president was last, do you think, to wear a top hat?
Well, did not President Kennedy take his hat off?
He did.
Well, he has good hair. I mean, who would?
Yeah.
Yeah. But now it's a stovepipe hat is what we're, in terms of tradition, right? That rather direct president. It's kind of sharp. I've never worn one.
No?
No, I've never worn a stovepipe hat. That might change.
Next time you come to a tour at the Capitol, look for Ron and his stovepipe hat. Well, I mean, we're still just waiting for more people to arrive, but it's a...
Let's see what we can see here.
Yeah, I'm trying to...
Oh, Mr. Zuckerberg entering. Who is that with that stunning white coat? What, that's really sharp. Oh, Mr. Bezos, Jeff Bezos just came. Thank you to our spotters. We should have said that. Thank you to our spotters.
Yep, looks like more people are arriving right now. Hopefully we'll be able to see who they are. Oh, and yes, it looks like they're going into the carriage door on the Senate side and then moving across and over to the House side again.
Okay, former President William Jefferson Clinton and Senator and First Lady Hillary
And
Rodham Clinton.
Secretary
Yes.
Clinton.
His 1996 inauguration, I remember walking down the street from the Union Station. Oh, there it comes.
Oh. Yep, there's Secretary Clinton. You can
Okay.
see her in the black with the turquoise scarf.
I was going to say teal. I'm glad you said turquoise. The Obamas are close behind.
Is President Obama.
Should say, excuse me, President Obama, excuse me.
Yep. President Obama's coming out next. Bill Clinton's 1997 inauguration was the first one broadcast on the internet.
Correct.
I remember looking that up. We still had dial-up internet at the time.
Dial-up internet.
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
We've
That
moved
was
on from
brutal.
that. Yes. But President Obama is going to be the next to arrive, we believe. And he's walking in now. Yep. So looks like everybody's coming out for this. There he is.
There he is.
I can.
Look at that distinctive walk.
Yes, I was going to say the same thing.
And without a coat, without a hat. He feels nothing waving at someone.
Yep.
Speaking of inaugurations that had cold weather.
Yeah,
Oh,
President Obama's was fairly cold.
Fairly cold. My goodness.
Both of them.
Yeah, that's right, actually.
I was here for the second one.
I've never talked about weather so much in my life.
You can see just more people arriving on the East Front.
Well,
Yep.
just inching our way towards
And you
the
can
oath
hear.
of office. you're going to remark about the instruments, the band.
Mm-hmm. You can hear the Marine Band again. People taking their seats. You know, the main podium is going to be flanked by these paintings we were talking about earlier by John Trumbull. And these are all based on the really the founding of the United States. It starts, we have revolution scenes. Oh, here we have more people arriving.
The staging areas throughout the Capitol. The Capitol has over 500 rooms, and many, including the Capitol Visitor Center, will be used.
Is that Majority Leader Scalise? No.
I think you're in the red tie.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, black suit.
Yeah.
Now remember, friends, the ceremony, one of the ceremonies, I should say, the prelude is about 11 o'clock. So, again, we'll get there. I know it's 10:21 Eastern Time. We will get there. We'll get to William Henry Harrison in a little while in terms of 1841 when he rode a horse from the Capitol from the White House and back.
Yeah, the first,
Let's see who we can see. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
That's okay. Oh, I think I saw Senator from Arizona in that shot.
Senator Kelly.
Yes, Senator Kelly. That piano's beautiful.
It is. I was going to say the keyboard or piano.
Yeah, that is lovely in the background.
This rotunda floor is going to be overwhelmed with people here in about another hour. Remember that the Supreme Court justices, we just mentioned about the presidents and, the vice presidents, former vice presidents, former presidents and their family. Where will everyone go?
They're certainly going to be elbow to elbow sitting there. But Supreme Court justices are arriving now. You're just speaking about the Supreme Court.
And Brett Kavanaugh, Associate Justice Kavanaugh, will renew the oath of office to Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. Chief Justice John Roberts will give the oath of office to President-elect Donald J. Trump.
Mm-hmm. And that is, that's in the Constitution, that the Chief Justice gives the President-elect the oath of office. And so that's a tradition that is set.
You know, when Vice President George Herbert Bush was sworn in, it was Associate Justice Potter Stewart. And again, the year's 1985, and unfortunately, Justice Stewart passed on later that year, 1985. Yeah, December of that year, December 7th, to be specific. But a longtime friend. Of Vice President Bush. I'm looking forward to America the Beautiful. I'm looking forward to, of course, the national anthem.
And they're playing My Country 'Tis of Thee right now. I almost sang along.
Huh?
I held it in, but...
Well, I'm bass. You're probably...
Alto?
Alto.
Yeah.
We'll see.
You never know.
We've yet to talk about the House and Senate Sergeant at Arms.
Oh.
They're responsible for this, along with JSIC as well. When I say responsible for this, it's so many agencies that are involved, but the Senate Sergeant at Arms, Lieutenant General retired Gary Gibson, House Sergeant at Arms.
Ready. Post.
Oh, here's the ready post. That just alerted me as a military man. There's all this coordination that goes with Capitol Police. What a Herculean job it is for Capitol Police. I mean, everyone with credentials.
Right, and we also have help of outside police departments and the National Guard, all of them here.
Of attending physician has to be pleased. I shouldn't say pleased, but moving the inauguration inside. That certainly helped them. Let's be honest. This would have been a tough day outside to tend to people. And just think about that. The gates would have opened at 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. 200,000 tickets, over 200,000 tickets were distributed. That's a lot to deal with. So I'm certain that attending physician's office, not that displeased that things were moved in proceedings.
I'm hearing a song I haven't heard in years. This is my country.
This is my country.
I remember singing this as a little girl. Yeah, so it looks like members of the House are coming in from the House side of the building. Members of the Senate are coming in from the Senate side of the building.
We have governors, the mayor of the District of Columbia, Mayor Bowser.
The Librarian of Congress is
Dr.
going to be here,
Hayden.
Dr. Hayden. The first woman to be the Librarian of Congress. Also Thomas Austin. We mentioned him before because he's our big boss. We're going to mention him again, probably.
young people, and inaugurations is more than a teachable moment.
So I think Franklin Graham has arrived. Oh, and he's going to be doing one of the prayers during the ceremony.
His father, Reverend William Franklin Graham, Billy Graham's statue was unveiled May 17th of last year. That statue is placed in the crypt. His wife, Ruth, is behind his left shoe.
Yeah,
That's speaking of ceremonies in the rotunda. Reverend Billy Graham.
Oh, there we go.
There
There's
he is.
Franklin Graham.
Mhm.
Oh, and there's, I believe that's Cardinal Dolan next to him from New York.
He's on the program.
Mm-hmm. I was sort of hoping he would wear some of his vestments.
Yeah. Reverend Billy
But-
Graham. I remember, speaking of weather, it happened in February of a few years ago when Reverend William Franklin Graham, who lay in the state. You know, there was a family member that greeted everyone that came in the rotunda.
That's right.
You remember that? There was a family member, and I can't remember if it was an overnight visual or not. But
Not that one.
It went out that one, but it was lengthy. There was, I can't remember, but I recall a family member greeted everyone that entered the rotunda, and then again, just May of last year, his statue.
Now we're happy that even though we've moved it inside, and so there aren't as many people outside watching, we do have about 100,000 people watching this live stream today. So yeah,
I noticed at the beginning 2.2 million people had signed up, or at least were on it. They were waiting at I don't know, 8:45, 8:50, but 100,000 and more coming. Let's be honest. We have a lengthy broadcast, and again, we're really just getting started. JASIC just isn't honoring the oath of office beyond that. And we have so much to show you.
yes, and hopefully members of the Joint Committee are going to arrive soon. And if members of the Joint Committee are arriving, that means we're really getting close to the start of the ceremony. And this is them arriving now.
Mr. Speaker, good morning. How do you feel this morning?
It's exciting. Bright, sunny outside, bright in our hearts.
Oh, we just heard the speaker.
A lot. We'll see.
Thank you.
Speaker Mike Johnson from Louisiana.
This isn't a trivia question, but I'm going to give one.
Okay.
The second coldest inauguration. The second coldest. We know the coldest. Everyone knows the second coldest. So I'm just going to throw out
I think I know it.
You do?
Mm-hmm. Is it Ulysses S. Grant?
Yes, it is. Can't fool anyone.
Yes.
20 degrees. In the morning, it was 4 degrees.
Yeah.
Ouch.
No interviews. Thank you, sir.
We're hearing some of the audio from the people who are coming in.
The Speaker's office is close by. We should mention that the Speaker's office is just off the side of the house side of the rotunda. That hasn't always been the Speaker's office. It's been on our beloved East Front lobby.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, it was under Speaker Newt Gingrich that the Speaker's office moved to its present location.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
What's your message today? Sir, thank you.
How quickly are we filling up?
I know, you said it was going to happen.
Well, much sooner than I thought.
Yeah. Well, there are 535 members of Congress, right? So everyone gets a seat today. Plus,
yeah, you mentioned plus cabinet members,
cabinet members,
Chairman and Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Yeah.
Our boss has a seat someplace. I'm looking for Mr. Austin. He's probably he'll probably work it up until the very second.
And the delegates from the territories and District of Columbia. I think we mentioned Mayor Muriel Bowser and the governors and All sorts of people coming here today.
The statue to the right that's in marble is President Abraham Lincoln. To the left will be President Ulysses S. Grant. And then to the left of that, the bronze statue, Harry S. Truman. That particular statue of President Abraham Lincoln dates back to 1870, sculpted by a woman.
The first woman to sculpt a statue for the Capitol, Vinnie Ream. She was a teenager when she got this job. It's just amazing.
Madison, Wisconsin.
Yeah. She was able to do such a lovely piece of art. And then the Ulysses S. Grant statue was a gift, but not from a state this time.
Mm-hmm. Right. That, again, it's rather strange. Every state must give 2 statues, but some statues are gifts, like Thomas Jefferson, and then some are commissioned by Congress. Senator McConnell is talking to, let's see if we get close here.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh.
the members of the United States Senate, led by Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, Majority Whip, the Honorable John Barrasso, and Democratic Whip, the Honorable Dick Durbin.
Senate leadership has arrived, led by Senator John Thune, Senator Barrasso from Wyoming, Senator Dick Durbin from Illinois,
Yes, everyone just taking their seats.
Getting back to the Lincoln statue about Vinnie Ream, she's a wonderful story. She's buried in Arlington National Cemetery. She married an Air Force officer, the last name of Hoxie, H-O-X-I-E. I may not pronounce his name, just
Oh, I think I just saw Senator Booker.
Cory Booker from New Jersey.
Yep. He's got the blue tie on. I think that's him.
Senator John Cornyn. Yeah, Senator John Cornyn with the noticeable silver hair. It's white. Red tie.
Yeah, this is more of the Senate coming in to take their seats.
I see Senator from Pennsylvania.
Oh, Elizabeth Warren.
Peterson.
She's wearing
Yeah.
purple today. Oh, I see her. Yep. in
Senator
the
Fetterman
corner.
is in shorts. That's my first oh my moment. I'll leave it at that. He's wearing a black hoodie. Okay.
Oh, everyone's filling in.
I think I
Senator
see-
Cruz.
Yep. Ted Cruz. Don't worry, friends of the House. We will be, when they file in, just trust us. We will.
Yeah, some of them have already come in, but we'll pick them out as well.
That's hardly 40 years. President Reagan at his inauguration. I'm told by former tour guides and just Washingtonians, that was a cold, cold day.
Senator, right this way, please. Hey, sorry. Present, focus.
We just found out that the presidential motorcade has left the White House. So they finished their tea, and they're going to be arriving in just a few minutes. Of course, we're going to speed down Pennsylvania Avenue because they've got a motorcade and come right over to us.
They're not taking a horse like President William Henry Harrison?
No. No, they are not.
The horse's name was Old Whitey. President William Henry Harrison in 1841 rode a horse without a coat and hat. And we'll talk about the words a little later, but gave his address and went back to the White House, and I think we know what happened after that.
Well, this year, the chair of JSIC, of the Joint Committee on Congressional Inaugural Cemetery. Oh my goodness. Ceremonies. I told you it was a tongue twister.
You did say
Anyway, Senator Amy Klobuchar, she is going to be escorting the motorcade in. So, like we said, when the members of JSIC arrive, that is when all of this starts. Which president do you think was the first to arrive by car, by automobile?
By automobile.
Mm-hmm. I'll give you a few. Was it Wilson?
Thomas Woodrow Wilson. Okay.
Harding.
Warren G. Harding.
Hoover.
Herbert Clark Hoover from Rusk Ranch, Iowa.
Or Teddy Roosevelt?
Why do I think Theodore Roosevelt would have rode a horse?
Well, I mean, that is the image we have of Theodore Roosevelt, right?
I'm going to say Theodore Roosevelt.
It's actually Warren G. Harding.
Warren G. Harding.
1921. He's the first president to ride to the ceremony in an automobile.
He should have taken a horse. Would have been faster. You would have.
Well, I don't know what kind of car he had. I just know he came to the car. And as we're watching this, trying to pick out some more people to talk about so that we can tell you who we're seeing here. It's a lot of blue suits this year. I was watching your commentary from the last inauguration. I remember that Janet said a lot of the ladies wore teal. This time it's definitely navy blue.
Seems to be, yes. See the open seats, that'll be when we start the ceremony.
We're just waiting for the presidential inaugural arrival, and as soon as they show up, we are going to show you some footage of that. We'll go right to that camera. It looks like they're coming down. There we go. Looks like there they are. They're coming down Pennsylvania Avenue right now. On their way. You know, Thomas Jefferson walked to and from his inauguration.
His boarding house was the modern-day Longworth building. And at that time, when he was inaugurated, the room was the Senate chamber, which is a stunning room. Please visit us, and hopefully you'll be able to see the room. And you mentioned not his first, but the second inauguration. He said in one of his inaugural speeches, I believe it's the second, a difference in opinion does not necessarily make a difference in principle. And so, in translation, that we can disagree, but the principles, those are the fighting points. It's very much the way it is today.
You know, we've been talking a lot about the weather, of course, but at the beginning, the oath of office ceremony was always indoors. And then I think it's James Monroe who's the first to take the oath outside. Here's another thing I was thinking of. I remember reading, we're talking about Reagan's ceremony in the Rotunda. That happened on the Monday, the 5th, because the 4th was a Sunday. And I'm going back and forth. They used to be in March, and now they're in January.
20th Amendment. Yes.
So it's on the 21st of January. And, you know, not only was that Sunday the 20th, but it was also Super Bowl Sunday.
Super Bowl Sunday, really?
Yep. So
Emily, there's an image of Emancipation Hall we want you to see. And friends, Emily and I, we've seen a lot of ceremonies in this room. And this is where, again, the rotunda can only hold so many people. So you have others. I shouldn't say that's not a polite word to use, others, but those that were not able to make the rotunda are going to this, our relatively new visitor center. I shouldn't say relatively new. It's, 2008 when it's opened. And so this is another staging area. This is another view of the presidential motorcade.
There we go, presidential motorcade arriving. Again, coming in on the east front.
What a scene in Emancipation Hall. That was.
There's so many people.
If I'm not mistaken, there's about 12,000 to 14,000 seats there. So I'm sure there's more than that around.
Oh, there's the presidential seal on. The car, so everyone's coming in.
Expect the ceremony to start. More music about 11 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Again, this is the 60th inauguration ceremony. We are under the wonderful guidance and assistance of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, known as JCIC. We await the 47th presidential-elect Donald J. Trump, the 50th presidential-elect J.D. Vance. Again, this is the Senate side. We call this the carriage door.
Right, and as we watch the presidential motorcade arriving, we're going to be listening to Lee Greenwood sing in the rotunda. J.D. Vance and his wife Usha are walking in right now.
Well, listen. Lee Greenwood just finished his rendition of Proud to be American as he exits to the left.
Good morning, sir. How are you this morning?
Good morning.
Oh, that sounds like President-elect Trump.
Mm-hmm.
President Biden?
There you can hear President Biden's voice in the background. President Biden sworn in 78 years of age. President Donald J. Trump shortly will be sworn in 78 years of age. God bless America. Mm-hmm. Catherine Lee Bates. Is it Falmouth or Falmouth, Massachusetts?
Oh, Falmouth.
Falmouth.
Yes.
Falmouth. Thank you.
I was wondering where you're going with that one.
Thank you.
Oh, sounds like the vice president's arriving.
I really would like to hear that rendition of God Bless America. Space was traveling to Colorado to lecture, specifically Colorado Springs, where I was spending some time last October. so moved that she penciled a poem and then transformed it into a song. Hope you're enjoying our time with us. Thank you so much for those of you who have been with us since 8:55 Eastern Time.
Yes, we're just waiting for everyone to arrive right now.
I'd like to know what type of piano that is. Tell you what, the next break I might just go down there and find out what type. I wonder if it's a Kindle. I played piano when I was 11 years of age, and obviously I chose another career.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Okay.
Here we go.
the President-elect's cabinet and cabinet-level designees.
President-elect Donald J. Trump's cabinet and designees approaching.
The president's cabinet is appointed by the president, but the Senate has a role in this. They confirm the appointments. It's showing the relationship between the legislative branch and the executive branch.
Once they file in, Emily, this reminds us on tour, you're getting people assembled
Right.
between two statues.
It is
Face
sort of
me,
similar.
anticipating the diplomatic corps to be introduced very shortly. Nice to see that sky blue colored dress. Infantry blue, as we would say. In some parts of the military. I just know someone with a cowboy hat on. Okay, I missed that person. You know, the members of the House of Representatives wore hats until about the 1830s. And the Senate took off their hats in the 1840s. That was a big deal. You used to wear your hat inside all the time in the 1830s. House said, okay, let's not do that. And the Senate continued to the 1840s. Thus, one of the many differences.
Yeah, the Senate and the House, they have their own rules for how they go about their proceedings, and those change with each new Congress. Or they can change. They don't have to, but they can.
Again, when the music's docile, that tells us what?
Someone's coming.
Right.
We're waiting for that curtain to open.
The announcer is from the Military District of Washington, and wonderful voice. Don't know the person's name.
Now they're coming through what we would call the west door of the Capitol building. So even though we're not on the west front, we are on the west side of the rotunda for the ceremonies. Today, that's where everyone's sitting who's part of the ceremony.
The next time the drapes are separated, parted, notice the flag that's there. That was placed there when President Ronald Wilson Reagan reigned in state. And someone thought it was a good idea, and they left it. They left it there. The flag hasn't always been there.
It's one of those things that, oh, here we go.
Someone's called the room to attention.
see who's coming in.
Well, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos. No shortage of people in that room. That is. I think President Reagan, we had, I believe it was about 900 people approximately.
Yes. Yeah, but that was standing room only. So.
It won't be, no,
yeah.
900, no. Not today.
Well, I was going to say, before we were called to attention,
right.
Was that one of the iconic pictures is of people coming into the rotundas. They want their picture in front of that American flag as they come on in and fill in the space and go on tour. You know, the Capitol building used to be the biggest building in Washington, D.C., and so it was always hosting events. And you can see in this photo or in this video how you could have a really large ceremony inside in the rotunda specifically.
96-foot diameter of the rotunda, 108 windows.
Oh, for 180. Well, it's 360 degrees in a circle. So. And one of the facts we always tell the kids is if you took the Statue of Liberty off her pedestal,
Please don't do that.
Please don't do that, but if you did,
you
could fit her inside the Capitol Rotunda, and she'd still have almost 30 feet to spare. So, look, Tim Cook has just come in.
Few options when you come in. Go where you're assigned.
Yeah, please follow your tour guide.
Please follow your tour guide. Where have we heard that?
Yep.
Speaking of tours, are we touring tomorrow? We shall see. The Capitol is closed on holidays such as Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. However, we would have been open today on this day in which Martin Luther King Jr.
Right. If it wasn't Inauguration Day.
Correct.
We would have been
In other words, we'll be open President's holiday, right, the third Monday of February. We're open Memorial Day, 4th of July.
Mm-hmm.
Please check our website, visitthecapitol.gov, to see about operations for tomorrow. That's the sound of those rifles. It is approaching 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm Ron Jackson. Emily Rillo is with us. We are happy to present on behalf of CHASIC the 60th inauguration. President-elect Donald J. Trump will be sworn in by Chief Justice John Roberts shortly. When I say shortly, in about another 45 minutes. And Associate Justice Brett Kavanaugh will swear in Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. Between that time, a lot to observe, including the announcement of the Supreme Court justices. We have the luncheon that we're going to feature in National Statuary Hall, the Old House Chamber, the signing room.
Mm-hmm. In the President's room.
President's rooms.
There's a lot.
There's more than that.
And we're going to be with you for it all.
Thanks. We've been 2 hours just like that.
Flew by.
2 hours. Have you ever given a tour 2 hours?
Yes.
My goodness.
Yes.
There's.
Have you, Ron? I think you have.
Oh, so get me started. I might do it after this broadcast. I'm feeling motivated.
We're looking out. This is this is a view that we get to see a lot.
Yes.
On the right-hand side is the Library of Congress, biggest library in the world. And then on the other side, the third branch of government, the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court used to be in the Capitol building all the way until 1935.
That's hard to believe. In just another, 11 years will be the 100th anniversary of the modern day Supreme Court. You're going to hear the name President William Howard Taft a lot. Case Gilbert, the architect, you're going to hear that name a lot. Speaking of President Taft, I think you mentioned this earlier about weather with President Taft in 1909. 9.8 inches.
Yeah, they had a big blizzard, and so they had to move everything indoors. Yep. But, the Supreme Court sharing space with the Senate for so long, it seems unbelievable today, but, now they have their own building.
Emily, we're having a moment here in which we're about to...
And there at Capital One Arena here in Washington. People have been gathering there for hours, and they will be still waiting for some hours before the new president arrives. But these are a lot of his strong supporters, and assuredly they will still be there by the time he shows up.
And as they watched the images from the rotunda on the big screen inside the arena, some boos as Mike Pence walked in, and then a lot more boos as Bill and Hillary Clinton were shown on there.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please take your seats.
Folks in the Capital One Arena are able to watch all of the ceremonies and events from the Capitol Rotunda on the Jumbotron screen there in the middle of the arena.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please be seated.
Here we see Supreme Court justices making their way into the Capitol Rotunda. Clearly, two of them will play a direct part of the proceedings here of the official swearing in. Chief Justice John Roberts will be the one to administer the oath to the president, as is tradition. And then Associate Justice Brett Kavanaugh will administer the oath to incoming Vice President-elect J.D. Vance.
interesting to note his wife's ties to both. You had Usha Vance served as a clerk for Chief Justice Roberts. That is a coveted post in the legal community, and J.D. Vance was once a student in a law seminar taught at Yale by Justice Kavanaugh, and that explains the ties there and the reason that you just saw Brett Kavanaugh walking in ahead of Clarence Thomas, who is the senior member of the court, who always asks the first questions during oral arguments before the Chief Justice does. It is always Justice Thomas. And that was a little bit striking to see Justice Kavanaugh, who came to the bench years after Justice Thomas, walking in front of him.
Here you see members of Donald Trump's family making their way into the rotunda.
Joked about Barron Trump earlier, but that shot of him with the slicked back hair a little bit there is very much looks like a late 70s, early 80s Donald Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, former Vice Presidents, the Honorable Dan Quayle, accompanied by Mrs. Marilyn Quayle, and the Honorable Michael Pence.
Standing ovation for those former Republican vice presidents who have just entered, Dan Quayle and now Mike Pence, who was Donald Trump's first vice president in his first term in office.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton, accompanied by the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Now the former presidents start to make their entrances into the rotunda. First, former President Bill Clinton and former First Lady and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush, accompanied by Mrs. Laura Bush.
Former President George W. Bush and former First Lady Laura Bush.
George W. Bush always looks like he has fun at these events, winking and nodding at people and smiling again, just simply tapping Barack Obama on the stomach on his way into the National Cathedral for the Carter funeral.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama.
Former President Barack Obama, clearly the most recent president to precede either a Biden or Trump administration, because clearly now we will have the second of the Trump administrations. But before his first one, former President Obama was in office.
I can't believe we haven't mentioned Grover Cleveland yet. How is that? How is that possible? Let me just get that part out of the way. Donald Trump will be the first president to serve non-consecutive terms since Grover Cleveland, late in the 19th century.
There you go.
Sorry, that was I couldn't let that go. That had to be
mentioned
mentioned here at some point.
The Honorable John G. Roberts, Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States.
The Supreme Court justices officially coming into the rotunda. As we noted earlier, John Roberts, the Chief Justice, will administer the presidential oath, and he was immediately followed by Associate Justice.
Disfruta de hasta un 30% de descuento en tus restaurantes favoritos. Descarga Globo.
Protege tu hogar frente a robos y ocupaciones con la nueva alarma de Securitas Direct con cerradura inteligente.
Joining some of his former colleagues. Of course, Ketanji Brown Jackson and Amy Coney Barrett on the end, the two newest justices.
see Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, and next to him, First Lady Jill Biden, about to make their
Tiffany
entrance
Trump
into the rotunda.
and Barron Trump.
But first, Donald Trump's children.
Talk about those good seats that the tech titans have. I mean, they are all lined up immediately behind the president-elect's children. So, you know, something went into that seating chart. And we saw Jared Kushner earlier shaking hands with Tim Cook from Apple and Sundar Pichai of Google, right on down the row, Mark Zuckerberg.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting Dr. Biden and Mr. Emhoff, the Republican staff director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Ms. Emily Leviner, the Senate Secretary for the Minority, the Honorable Gary Myrick, the House of Representatives Chief Administrative Officer, the Honorable Catherine Spindor, and Mr. Bruce Fisher. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jill Biden and Mr. Douglas Emhoff.
Now First Lady Jill Biden and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff officially making their entrance into the rotunda. Sagar, I was just looking ahead to the schedule of what we're going to see in terms of this swearing-in ceremony, and there is several moments of participation from Amy Klobuchar, a Democratic senator from Minnesota, and someone was asking me, why is she part of this inauguration? She was not a supporter of Donald Trump, but she is part of the committee that organized this entire inauguration. So it's an official role for her today, in addition to being a member of the U.S. Senate.
Someone whose world was upended on Friday after all that work on getting this event together outdoors ended, and here we are inside the rotunda. But a spot where at least Amy Klobuchar is well familiar from her time in the Senate. Very interesting mix of Republican and Democrat lawmakers standing together. You have Michael McCall, the Republican from Texas, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, a Democrat from Florida, standing shoulder to shoulder, and another sign of just how tight it is in the rotunda. See Melania Trump's father standing in front of Elon Musk and next to Barron Trump. Melania Trump's mother, of course, died while they were out of the White House, and her dad is back to watch her become First Lady for the second time. According to the schedule that they had put out, and things in Washington rarely, if ever, happen on schedule, except things like the inauguration, should be seeing J.D. Vance take his oath as vice president in about 10 minutes from now. As Brett Kavanaugh awaits actually administering that oath.
See the spouses, Lucia Vance, and then Melania Trump. about to be escorted into the rotunda.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing O America, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and America's tenor, Christopher D. Macchio.
To thee I will be. Oh, America, no weeping, let there be no wounded heart. I will keep you in my keeping till there'll be from your mountains grand and all through this land you are beautiful to me. Oh, America, you're calling. Oh, I can hear you calling me. You are calling me. To pay to thee, to thee, oh, I will be. And we will be as one. Whenever and
the Honorable Jackie Barber, the Clerk of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin F. McCumber, Mr. John Bessler, Mrs. Kelly Johnson, Mrs. Iris Weinschall Schumer, and Mrs. Jennifer Scalise. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance. The Vice President-elect of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump. The President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the inaugural ceremony committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them I counted, and of course the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders, elevated by the will of the people, promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther.
Hola, abuelo, soy yo. Tengo un montón de ganas de que oigas bien otra vez, así podríamos hablar sin parar en el coche, como cuando me llevabas al colegio de pequeña.
Para algunos, es solo tu...
Equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this inauguration day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this inauguration day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still, that I may reason with you before the Lord. So, Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith.
And allegiance to the same.
And allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office.
The duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Justice Roberts to administer the presidential oath of office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn. From weeks ago, without even a token of defense, They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color.
En vez de tanto guardar, venden Wallapop y gana espacio.
In all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We're going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. and we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation, and right now our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill, we will be prosperous, we will be proud, we will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered, we will not be intimidated, we will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely, we will live proudly, we will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
If you know the words, help me out here. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed His grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president.
Disfruta con Globo de un 2x1 en tus restaurantes favoritos. Descarga Globo.
Are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, We believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring from the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire. Let freedom ring from the mighty mountains of New York. Let freedom ring from the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania. Let freedom ring from the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado. Let freedom ring from the curvaceous hilltops of California. But God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead, and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets in glee, the bombs bursting in earth, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does it stars take us
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
So you're watching pictures there on the left hand of your screen as members of Congress and other participants in the swearing-in ceremony leave the Capitol Rotunda. They're filing out. As those proceedings are now over, on the right side of your screen, we are watching a door elsewhere in the Capitol where we expect that we will see President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump and former President Joe Biden and former First Lady Jill Biden walking out. This is another one of those set pieces that occur on inauguration days where an outgoing president is bade farewell from the current president. So earlier, remember, we were looking and seeing those pictures of the helicopter there on the Capitol grounds that is waiting to take the Bidens from this part of their journey onward to Joint Base Andrews and then California. We are watching and waiting for them to come out and get started on that process. And as we do, Sagar, let's talk a little bit about Biden's last official acts as president. In the minutes, basically, before Donald Trump was sworn in and took the oath, what did we see coming out of the Biden administration?
Yeah, we had mentioned earlier this morning that he had issued some high-profile, preemptive pardons to Dr. Anthony Fauci, to General Mark Milley, to members of the January 6th committee. Literally in the waning moments before Donald Trump took the oath, he extended preemptive pardons to his two spouses, to Valerie Biden and to Robert Biden, and their spouses, to basically protect them from threats from Trump. The president, in a written statement, said that his family had been subjected to unrelenting attacks and threats, and that he had no reason to believe the attacks would end. So he has extended pardons to family members, also to Native American activist Leonard Peltier, who has been serving a prison sentence for killing 2 FBI agents back in the 70s. So a flurry of last-minute executive action like that from President Biden in the very minutes before he became former President Biden.
And it's interesting to think, just a bit of context, back when Joe Biden issued the pardon for his son, for Hunter, and there was a lot of commentary about how this is coming so late in a presidency. Clearly, he was trying to kind of wait as long as possible so there wouldn't be any blowback or opportunity for people to be critical of the administration. That was nothing in terms of last minute compared to what we just saw today from what you were just running through. Right,
and an AP Norwick Center for Public Affairs research poll at the time found that the Hunter Biden pardon was very unpopular, not something people were really pleased that the president was doing, essentially using the power of his office to make sure that his surviving son was immune from prosecution. Like you said, that now almost seems like it was months and months and months ago, like a lot of things here in Washington do, but to take care of, essentially, of his brother and sister and their spouses minutes before leaving the presidency is something else altogether.
Definitely. We are still watching now, waiting for Joe Biden and Jill Biden to exit the Capitol as they get into a waiting helicopter that will take them on to Joint Base Andrews and then California. We anticipate they will be going to Santa Ynez, which is an area that the Bidens most recently traveled to in August after his remarks at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. The president and First Lady spent some time of reflection and relaxation and just kind of away from politics at that portion, at that area of California. Now we do see the people that we were just talking about exiting the Capitol. We have the president and First Lady, followed by the former president and former First Lady, Vice President Vance and his wife, as well as former Vice President Harris and her husband. So a moment of bipartisanship as the Trumps and Bidens take part in this next set piece of official Inauguration Day events here in Washington, the farewell to the outgoing president and First Lady.
And again, something we did not see 4 years ago.
Right.
Because the Trumps had already left for Florida before Joe Biden and Jill Biden even got to the Capitol.
Right.
This gets back to a much more familiar scene. It's been striking how much engagement now former President Biden has had with Melania Trump, with Donald Trump. He made it a point to speak to one of J.D. Vance's young children right after his father took the oath, had a big smile on his face and leaned out and spoke with the boy, shook hands with Carrie Underwood after she performed, very quickly shook hands with Donald Trump after he took the oath. He's had a pretty big smile on his face for a lot of what we've seen today. And I can't imagine the helicopter's rotors with the wind whipping up are going to feel very good coming up here. Having sat on the White House South Lawn way too many times when both of those men boarded Marine One, it's cold on a hot day. On a really cold day like this, not fun.
It is still only here in the mid-20s here in Washington. Let's just listen in as these farewells happen at the Capitol.
Can you like text me?
Let's go, Brandon! Not even going to say goodbye. Just get the hell on down the road. Yo. No, there's no way. There's no way. He's got a lot of shit. He's going to be here 4 minutes. Yeah, 2 hours. Oh, yeah. I'm sure that he may or may not come this way now.
The man who will lead us to this new golden age, the decisive winner of the Electoral College and the popular vote, the 45th and the 47th, and the greatest president of our lifetimes, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you all so much for being here. And was that a hell of a speech or what? That was, man. That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors, because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record, because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it, and we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator, and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great, and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple, and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said, to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they, is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, you know, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You can be really nasty to a couple of them at least, you know? So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop. But he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise is, he's our hero because, you know, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You know, you never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, you know, to say that were extremely controversial. And between J.D. and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful, unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, you know, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, you know, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, I mean, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000, you could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. You know, this little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. You know, when you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad, because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them. The level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed, and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And you know, who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. You know, they say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. You know, it's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, you know, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago, he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, you know, where her father works, right? And, but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now would got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect, something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? That's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. All these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau, and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we were winning. We won the Texas border that had never been won. As the governor said, he's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't. Oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you. Supposing I said, J.D., the governor of Texas, he's not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, you know, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch. The Border Patrol gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. When you didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency, and we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart
that came down very thankfully. The chart that came down on my right, Governor, had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, and we've got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, you know what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, you know, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, you know, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, it doesn't take that long time. They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have to wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we can just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it, now they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought, and they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before, but you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my #1 issue. They all said inflation was the #1 issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my #1. I talked about inflation too, but you know, how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States, and that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott he's a great man, great leader. And, but it did make him did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation, that's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it. And other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less. And they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make they'd have it down in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows? But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please, let's stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that done, and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful, beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the number one issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have. The bad thing about it is some bad things happen, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So, you know, that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary. A very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten, and they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried like hell in the butt. They tried to do it, and around 9:02 they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, you know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And
then when the election happened, you know, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than, we're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe, the one man said, I mean, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. This has been, now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which is, it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. She's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to go. Right? Right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this, and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost off her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it, because she's been a great First Lady. A beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady, we love, and they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
All right, so you're looking at pictures here from another portion of the Capitol where President Donald Trump has been speaking to supporters. after his inaugural speech, actually in a speech that went just about as long or maybe even a little bit longer than his actual inaugural address. And this was kind of what we hear and expect is more of the campaign type rally speeches that we've heard, not as long or perhaps as animated, but more comfortable and familiar, and also flicking at some of the actions that we do anticipate President Trump will be working on as soon as he sits down at a desk and has those executive orders in front of him. All of those dozens, if not 100 or more executive orders that we expect the president to be signing today. But he spent a large portion of these remarks talking about security along the U.S.-Mexico border. Again, his signature campaign issue, one that we have heard about a lot in all of his presidential campaigns, and certainly something that he has signaled will be a hallmark of this second administration. So these events have wrapped up here. There are still several other things on the official docket for the rest of this inauguration day. Another thing that has happened while we were listening to the president's remarks is former President Joe Biden and former First Lady Jill Biden have departed from Joint Base Andrews. They've taken off on their trip to California. And Sagar, I think you can help walk me through a little bit of the nomenclature about some of these aircraft that we've been looking at today. I know I mentioned earlier, I know it's Marine One, the helicopter when the president is on board, but I didn't know what to call it when there is someone other than the president on board. So talk to me about that helicopter that the Bidens used to get to Joint Base Andrews, and then the aircraft that they're on to fly on to California.
So you have that familiar color scheme on these Sikorsky helicopters, the green and the white with United States of America written on them. Just like with Air Force One, that helicopter is only Marine One when the sitting commander-in-chief is on board. So seeing as how Joe Biden was no longer the commander-in-chief, what to call that? Those helicopters are flown by the Marine Helicopter Squadron 1 out of Joint Base Andrews. They are called the Nighthawks. So this became Nighthawk 46, was its call sign for the 46th president. Got off the helicopter, walked to what would have been called Air Force One just a few hours before that. That instead was Special Air Mission 46, SAM 46. The military likes nothing better than the acronyms and the names and playing on things like that. So, you know, the joke there on Capitol Hill was that Joe Biden got to Joint Base Andrews, gave a speech, got on what used to be Air Force One, and was wheels up and flying at the time that Donald Trump was still giving what amounted to a second inaugural address to a second group of supporters.
Good. Thank you for, I learned a lot. I learned a lot here.
That's what we're here for.
Not just military aircraft nomenclature, but in general, kind of what we're walking through on this inauguration day. As you're looking at your screen, again, just a reminder of what we're looking at. Of course, that's the U.S. Capitol in your upper left quadrant. Below that is the Capitol Visitor Center. That's where President Donald Trump has been giving this address. As Sagar was just noting, that went on just about as long, if not longer, than his inaugural address. But also on the right-hand side, that's a look at Pennsylvania Avenue. That's one of the pathways, the main thoroughfares here in Washington, that is tradition on inauguration days for the new president to traverse in some fashion. It's usually in the form of a parade, clearly with the weather and events being changed around today. That will be a pathway instead that will take President Trump from the Capitol to the Capital One Arena, which you're now looking at there on your screen in the upper right-hand quadrant. There are some events happening there. There have been hundreds and thousands of supporters of President Trump gathered there for hours, lining up in the pre-dawn hours pretty much, waiting, because that is where he will be going for the festivities that are being subbed in on the schedule today in lieu of that traditional parade. They've been watching live all of the inauguration swearing-in activities, and later on today they will be seeing President Trump, and we expect him to be signing some executive orders as he officially begins his administration, but also, I would imagine, giving more remarks similar to what we just heard at the Capitol Visitor Center. Again, maybe with even more flair and more of a campaign feel than we heard in the inauguration address and also those remarks that followed. There's also a part of the schedule of events today, an official inaugural luncheon. That happens in this space between now and when the parade would be beginning, but now is actually going to be taking place at the Capital One Arena. So again, more things that are on the schedule, but that's what you're seeing there, taking a look outside and inside the Capitol complex, and then 2 other views from around Washington, Pennsylvania Avenue, and the Capital One Arena, where again, Donald Trump will be addressing some of his supporters later on today. And as you can see now there in the lower left, those are shots from that luncheon that we were just talking about. As members of Congress and other officials are gathering, this is another one of those Inauguration Day traditions. We're a little bit behind the official schedule at this moment, but that is, again, that's kind of what happens. We go with the flow. But all of those people are gathered there waiting for President Donald Trump to come in and participate in this official part of the schedule.
I mean, steak and crab cakes. You can't go wrong on that menu.
Yeah, so what's on the menu, Sagar? You have some intel?
That's it. Steak and crab cakes.
Okay.
Well, that's not it, but that's what jumps out. Steak from Nebraska for Senator Deb Fischer, who was part of the inaugural organizing committee. There is a Minnesota apple dessert in a nod to Amy Klobuchar, the Democrat from there. And again, as a Baltimore guy, crab cakes are what jump out at me. So we'll have to get some intel from someone in the room as to whether they're legitimate Baltimore jumbo lump crab cakes or, you know, the diced up backfitting kind of thing that Baltimore folks want no part of.
I'm not going to get involved in the debate over crab cakes.
You want to stay very much out of that.
We can see some pictures now, too, inside that luncheon. There is Ivanka Trump, clearly the eldest daughter of President Trump, who was involved pretty heavily in his first administration, but has taken a step away from politics. She is said to spend more time with her family, but still very supportive of her father, in her own words. In the upper right there, we see in the Capital One Arena, there's Kellyanne Conway. She has been a longtime advisor of the president, helping run his first campaign and serving in an advisory capacity during the first administration. She has remained with him in an advisory capacity, speaking in the Capital One Arena, where Donald Trump will be later on this afternoon.
And that's what he did. Yes.
The list of speakers for that event in the Capital One Arena is a Trump who's who as well. Elon Musk, of course, influencer Charlie Kirk. We saw former trade advisor Peter Navarro a few minutes earlier. Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders was supposed to speak. She, of course, was Trump's second press secretary. Texas Congressman Ronnie Jackson, who was the president's doctor. Tom Homan, who's going to be the guy ostensibly carrying out all these immigration operations and all the talk about deportation that the president-elect had been making. Steve Witkoff, who's been in the news because of the hostages release in Gaza. He's the president's Mideast envoy. Kash Patel, the FBI director designate, who has not received a confirmation hearing yet and may have the steepest climb of all the Trump appointees so far. And then Dan Scavino, who's one of the architects of Trump's media and digital outreach during his first campaign and his first term. So that's all pretty much a fitting lead up to what will be the third speech we have heard the now president make today. He's gotten longer in the last two. This one, before a decidedly home crowd, could be another vintage Trump performance.
Of men and women and children across this great nation who wanted to be there and be part of something bigger than all of us. To stand up and say, this is our country, that we kneel for the Lord, we stand for the flag, we don't confuse the two, and we're here because we believe in those three words that President Trump said every time. Secure the border, respect law enforcement, cut your taxes, repeal, replace Obamacare, get rid of Common Core. And yes, and this time, in 2024, you were there again. But so were so many Americans who had never voted or had never voted Republican. That's the magic of Donald Trump. President Trump, thank you. President Trump has done away with all these acronyms. CRT, BLM, ESG, DEI. Ladies and gentlemen, the acronym of the day of the term is USA. USA! You got it. People in Washington love to fight. They love to fight. He's not fighting with Washington. He's fighting for you. And that's why you fight. So continue to stand up and speak up and show up and put up. And ladies and gentlemen, whether you were for him on day one or you or people you know did it on November 5th, 2024 for the first time, keep saying welcome. Let's bring more people into this movement. This is an optimistic, positive, forward-looking time for our nation, for our children, for our grandchildren, for our veterans, for the forgotten man, the forgotten woman, the forgotten child. President Trump, never forget, did not need to do this. He did not need to do this. He already had everything that people who go into politics want. Money, fame, brilliant, beautiful wife, golf anytime he wants. He did this for the people. And as we all know, he dodged a bullet, but ladies and gentlemen, the whole country dodged a bullet. In not having Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris as our presidents. Welcome. Again, happy Inauguration Day, and we're just part of the warm-up band for the main act, Vice President J.D. Vance, and 45-47, President Donald J. Trump. God bless you, and God bless the USA.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Dr. Ronnie Jackson.
All right, welcome America to the greatest day ever. I don't have to tell anybody in this room, these are my favorite people on the planet right here. You guys are the MAGA warriors. You guys, thank you. Thank you for everything you do. Well, I also don't have to tell you there's a new sheriff in town, right? Donald J. Trump was right about everything. Everything. I've known him for a long time. I was blessed to be his physician and work in the White House side by side with him. I was blessed enough to be with him on January 20, 2017, 8 years ago. I spent the day with him. I watched him give his inaugural address. And I'll tell you, I was extraordinarily blessed to have just come from the Capitol, where I had one of the most satisfying 2 hours of my entire life when I get to listen to President Trump talk about how horrible this country has been treated, and all of us have been treated, and the horrible things that have been done to all of us this last administration for the last 4 years, and how he was going to fix it all, and he did it right there with Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, Jill Biden, and everybody else, Kamala Harris. They had to sit there and listen to it, and I loved it. Loved it. I'll tell you what, you know, I thought for sure, I mean, I've always said that the 45th President of the United States is the absolute best president that this country has ever had. But you know what? I think the 47th President's going to be even better. We are in for a change. This is a great day. How many of you out there think this is one of the best days of your entire life? Absolutely it is. We had one chance to get this country back. We were headed down a path of destruction that we would never, ever recover from, I promise you. And we have been given a second chance in the form of Donald J. Trump. He's here, he's back, and he's going to fix what's broken. We're going to get our border back. We're going to stop the illegal immigrants and the cartels that have laid devastation to this country. We're going to lock them up. We're going to get rid of them. We're going to get our economy back. We're going to get our military back. We're going to get our federal government back. We're taking it all back. This is a great time to be an American. This is a great day to be an American. And I just wanted to come here, and I can't wait till he gets here to talk to all of you guys. I want to thank you for what you've done, because he got elected because people like you got out and you voted, and you took neighbors who've never voted to the polls, and we all voted, and there was an overwhelming mandate in this country for Donald Trump to come in here and to take this country back. And so I know we're all excited to be here today. It's going to be super exciting when he gets here in a minute. I just wanted to come up here and tell you how much I love you, how much I appreciate you. I want to say God bless you. God bless the United States of America, and God bless Donald J. Trump. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
What a great day to be an American. I have to admit, it's a little surreal to be back in Washington, D.C. right now. 8 years ago, I was one of the very first...
We went to the helicopter. It was freezing. The sun is a little deceptive.
Yes, it is.
So what would you like us to do?
Sign your orders.
Official documents.
Okay, I assume they're going to be happy with these documents?
Yeah, they're just...
We
might not be here.
It's the next step.
It's a tradition.
Sir, the first is 22 cabinet and cabinet level appointments for your signature.
Okay.
The next one will be, excuse me, the next one will be 47 sub-cabinet level appointments, sir.
But you don't have to sign 47 times.
Thank you, sir. Now 31 acting designations and appointments to effectively take control of the government.
Let's do that.
Yeah, that's important.
Sounds important, doesn't it?
Thank you. And we have 15 commission chairman and acting chairman appointments.
Send him.
Commission chairman and acting chairman.
He was #1 at Harvard also. You know that?
Good counsel.
They have something in common.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, we have a proclamation ordering that on all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast.
Very important.
It was a beautiful place to have an inauguration tonight. The sound was so good. The temperature was 72 degrees, but the sound was so good. So maybe something to think about. I don't know.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good acoustics. Yes.
All right. Now
That's
thank
it.
you. We go to lunch.
Great. Very
Nice to
good.
meet you. Thank you very much. There you go. Take that.
Good job.
All right. See you.
Mr. Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, did you have a good meeting with former President Biden?
Very nice. Very nice. Beautiful custom.
Mr. President,
He goes back as long as helicopters. Before that, it was a stagecoach. But I thought it was beautiful. Thank you. Great job. Great job.
Thank you.
Check.
Mr. President, do you have any reaction to the pardons President Biden did at the last minute?
Well, I'm not going to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate that he did that. We won't discuss it now. There's plenty of time to discuss it.
Thank you very much, guys.
Should we go to lunch?
Okay.
Okay.
Head to lunch.
Ready for lunch? Okay. Thank you.
That was 3 times the number of appointments you did in 2017, sir. On day 1, plenty of time. Just getting started.
A lot of good work to do. So where are we going to stop here? Let's do council. That's what they get green. That was great. That was great. That was great. Standing ovation.
I liked it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please rise for the introduction of the official party. Please welcome members of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Speaker of the House, the Honorable Mike Johnson, accompanied by Mrs. Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles Schumer, accompanied by Mrs. Weinshaw Schumer, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, accompanied by Mrs. Scalise, and House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
So events are officially getting underway here at this luncheon that is occurring inside the U.S. Capitol. Again, this is one of those traditional Inauguration Day events where we see members of Congress, other invited guests, and also the President. Donald Trump will be joining this crowd shortly. They have been gathering. Many of these people were in the rotunda for the swearing-in.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer and Mr. Fischer. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance, accompanied by Mrs. Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States, the Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar and Mr. Bessler. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump and Mrs. Trump.
I have a feeling people are very hungry, so I'm going to get this started. Mr. President and Madam First Lady, Mr. Vice President and Madam Second Lady, my colleague Senator Fisher, distinguished guests including the Speaker, Leader Jeffries, and Senate Leaders Thune and Schumer, on behalf of the United States Congress, welcome to the 60th inaugural lunch. Big surprise, we are featuring Nebraska beef and Minnesota apples for dessert. We are here in Statuary Hall, where these luncheons have taken place since President Reagan's first inauguration in 1981, and where the House of Representatives once met over 150 years ago. That would be before you were born, Mr. Speaker. In 1864, after the new House wing of the Capitol was built, and in the midst of the Civil War, Congress dedicated this chamber to host statues chosen by every state. Walking into the hall, we all passed under the arch, holding the marble Car of History clock. The statue shows Cleo, the Greek muse of history, holding a book to record events as they happen. And as you can see, she's heard a lot of stuff. And as she rides her chariot forward into the future, she looks behind her to remember the past. She remains here as she has for hundreds of years, a reminder that history will remember the events of the present, and it is on us to write that history right now. Speaking of art, the painting right here before you, I chose this painting for this lunch this summer, and it's titled American Horizon. It's by Jane Wilson, who grew up on her family farm in Seymour, Iowa. Coming from the middle of our country, Senator Fisher and I both liked the painting because the artist is from America's heartland, but the horizon could easily be Florida, Mr. President. I will also note that this is the first time in history we are featuring the work of a woman artist at this lunch, and we thank the Art Institute of Chicago for their assistance. Looking at the vast open landscape of this painting, we're drawn to the bottom of the frame where the land or the water, depending on where you're from, meets the sky, and the horizon endures. The enduring horizon is especially meaningful for us today as we mark our enduring democracy as we approach its 250th anniversary. It's a reminder that what's over the horizon is our next chapter, and it is my prayer that the people in this room can write that chapter together. I'd now like to ask U.S. Senate Chaplain Dr. Barry Black, and we thank God he is back with us and in good health, to deliver the invocation, after which lunch will be served. Thank you.
Let us pray. King of kings and Lord of lords, whose kingdom is above all earthly kingdoms, and who judges all lesser sovereignties. Look with favor upon President Donald John Trump and Vice President James David Vance. Empower them with the wisdom and courage needed for our times. Protect them from the vicissitudes and challenges that obstruct the making of a world of justice, peace, and righteousness. Lord, give them a deep desire to do their best for our country and world, and a determination to act in ways pleasing to you. Preserve their families in health and strength by your grace and power. Bless now this luncheon as each of us finds your grace sufficient for every need. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
America to believe in conservative principles. And I went to campus after campus, and you know it was not easy work. It was very difficult. But to all the young people of America and Gen Z, I want you to know President Trump is going to deliver for you so that you could be able to own a home, have big families, believe in this country, and the American dream that your parents once had, you will also be able to enjoy. And let us all together say, thank you, God. Thank you for giving us 45 and 47. Thank you for delivering this country from the most awful people imaginable. Our best days are ahead. Thank you, everybody.
You are looking on the left-hand side of your screen at a shot of the U.S. Capitol, where the luncheon involving President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance is now ongoing. On the right-hand side, continuing to see pictures coming in from Capital One Arena, where the President and Vice President and their spouses will head later this afternoon for what would have been the inaugural parade and will now be probably somewhat more of a campaign-style rally, a festive atmosphere celebrating this first day of the second Trump administration. Just a reminder that we will continue to bring you live coverage through this afternoon from both of these venues, and as President Trump and Vice President Vance are in transit, taking that route down Pennsylvania Avenue where the parade would have been, but now their motorcade will be traversing the city of Washington here. So let's continue to take a look at Capital One Arena and also on your left, the U.S. Capitol.
Inauguration day ever. Today is one of the most important days in American history because Donald J. Trump is right now heading back to the White House. I could not be prouder to be standing before you because 77 million Americans voted for Donald Trump to make sure that it is always America first.
So I want to tell you some stories because no president, you know, Donald Trump is now the oldest president to take office, but no president has ever had his work ethic, his energy, or his intuition. So when the president sees a problem, he calls it out. You know it, right? He's the one who said fake news. He's the one who said the swamp. He's the one who said the deep state. We've all heard him say it, and now we all know it's true. And his intuition is always right, so he starts talking about bad trade deals. You know, that's what he thinks. So let me tell you a story about the last day on the campaign trail. So I went to meet the president in North Carolina, okay? He gets up in the morning at 8 o'clock. We get in the motorcade. He gives a speech. He goes to 3 states, 4 rallies, an hour and a half each rally, finishes midnight. We start 8 a.m. He finishes midnight, gets on the stage midnight in Grand Rapids, Michigan, speaks for 2 hours. 2 hours, never takes a nap. And when he's on the stage, he's never taken a sip of water. The man is power. He is power. See, no other president will let the administration do it. He's going to help us fix America. So, I've never been in politics before. I spent my life working and building companies, and I worked hard to build a life that really is, it's only possible in America. But on September 11th, when we saw our darkest day, it changed my life forever. See, my company was located on the 101st to the 105th floors of the World Trade Center. We lost 658 of our 960 New York-based employees. My younger brother Gary got killed. He was 36. My best friend Doug, 39. 658 of my friends and colleagues got killed. So 9/11 could have broken us, but we Americans, we're strong. We don't break. So we all, my employees and I, we dedicated ourselves to rebuilding the company so we could take care of the 658 families that we lost. And I want you to know, we received thousands and thousands of cards and letters, and most importantly, we received all of your prayers, and that mattered to us and helped carry us through. So the events of September 11th, they instilled in me a sense of community and dedication for the country. So when the president asked me to join him in his administration, I jumped at the chance. So I was the co-chair of the transition team, which helped pick for the president and helped sort of set him up so he could pick all the nominees. And then I'm really proud to tell you that he was nominated, President Trump has nominated me to be the next Secretary of Commerce for the United States to serve all of you. So let's talk about commerce. You see, we plan to end the decades of policies that threw American workers to the wolves. Factories were closed, jobs were lost, wages decreased. We left Americans out in the cold while country after country of this world took us to the cleaners and made money off of us. And that is going to end today. At the start of the 20th century, America was the richest country on earth, and we defended our workers from unfair trade policies with tariffs. And we only made money. We had no income tax. All we did is charge other countries and foreign companies, if they wanted to sell to America, you had to pay for entry. Okay, so imagine this. The U.S. government had no income tax. Americans got to keep all their hard-earned money, and foreigners paid the price. So now, what's happened? We have the Internal Revenue Service. That means charge us internally. Now imagine politicians who can't even balance their own checkbook, taking our money, and what do every year? Let's just take more, let's just take more, let's just take more. So this is how Donald Trump is going to end it and fix it. Last week, he announced that we're going to return America to greatness by creating, and today is its birthday, the External Revenue Service. So if you're always wondering, is some bureaucrat going to cut your benefits? Not under Donald Trump. Not under Donald Trump. It means foreign companies are going to pay if they want to come and sell products to the wealthiest country on earth. And if they want to compete with American workers, then let's just not tax our American workers. It means creating level playing fields, and it means that America will be great by reducing the taxes that we pay and driving the ones that they pay. So what that means is the External Revenue Service will put up tariffs or walls that protect you. And that means if these companies don't want to pay, there's only one thing they can do: build their factories in America, hire Americans with great high-paying jobs. Let's double the size of our unions in America, but not just by adding more and more great-paying jobs. That's our objective. So today is the beginning of celebrating the return of common sense and the ending the decades of disrespecting the American worker and the disrespect and unfair treatment of our workers. Today, Donald Trump returns to the White House and prosperity returns to America. Thank you all. And I love today. What a day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Governor Glenn Youngkin.
Thank you. Well, come on now. Can't you feel it? The American spirit is alive and well. This is the dawn of the golden age of America because we inaugurated the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. Come on. What a day to be in Washington, D.C. You know, I live right across the river in Virginia. And by the way, in Virginia, we know that taxes have to be low, jobs have to be plentiful, and it's your money, not the government's. But we also know that in Virginia and in America, freedom is not free. We know that our military heroes and their families sacrifice everything. We know that law enforcement stands in the breach. We must back the blue, and I want everybody here to give a rounding applause for the 25,000 military and police officers keeping us all safe today in Washington, D.C. God bless America. My friends, we are standing here on the dawn of a new age, and we are seeing the sun set. The sun set on weakness, the sun set on wokeness, and the sun set on a wide open border that has turned every state into a border state. We are seeing the dawn of a prosperous America, the dawn of a secure and safe America, and the dawn of a world that sees peace because we have a strong America. Our new president, Donald J. Trump, has never, ever lost faith in America. They tried to take him down legally. They tried to put him in jail. They tried to even assassinate him. And he never gave up on America, and America, we will never give up on him. And as we stand here on this dawn of the next golden age in America, we all have a responsibility. It is our responsibility to stand every day in support of this administration, to do everything that we possibly can do for America's success. President Trump deeply believes this, and both he and J.D. Vance have already gone to work. He is signing executive orders. He is closing the border. He is bringing down inflation. He is stepping into the breach. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for America to be prosperous again. It is time for America to be safe again. It is time for America to be strong again. And it is time for America to be great again. I hail from the great Commonwealth of Virginia, and we know a few great Americans in our history. From George Washington to Thomas Jefferson to James Madison to Patrick Henry, who echoed, "Give me liberty," or "Give me death." My friends, those words that Thomas Jefferson penned, which are the greatest words, at least in this hemisphere, ever written, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, and among them are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we stand here on the dawn of a new age where life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are available to every American. And we must stand together as we collectively say, God bless America, and God bless Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance. Thank you all very much. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Mr. Elon Musk.
victory feels like. Yeah! And this was no ordinary victory. This was a fork in the road of human civilization. Okay. You know, there are elections that come and go. Some elections are, you know, important, some are not. But this one this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Thanks to you. We're going to have safe cities, finally, safe cities, secure borders, sensible spending, basic stuff. And we're going to take Doge to Mars. I mean, can you imagine how awesome it will be to have American astronauts plant the flag on another planet for the first time? Bam! Bam! Yeah! How inspiring would that be? You know, there's always problems in life. You know, there's this problem, solve that problem. But you know, there need to be things that inspire you. There need to be things that make you glad to wake up in the morning and say, I'm looking forward to the future. Yeah. And I love you guys. So, and let me tell you, I'm going to work my ass off for you guys. So, I really will. I really will. So, and yeah, but I'm super fired up for the future. It's going to be very exciting. As the president said, we're going to have a golden age. It's going to be fantastic. And one of the fundamental things, one of the most American values that I love is optimism, and this feeling like we're gonna make the future good. We're gonna make it good. So, man, I can't wait. This is gonna be fantastic. So thank you again, and yeah. I'm just so excited about the future. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Kash Patel.
My, oh my, how do you follow Elon Musk when he tells you you're going to take you to Mars? I'll tell you how. He and I share something deeply. We love the American dream. And we have been given a gift by God today to usher in a new dynasty because we just inaugurated Donald J. Trump as our 47th president. And we just inaugurated J.D. Vance as our Vice President of the United States. And we did that because the American dream is alive and well, because you chose that our dream can be the dream for our children and the dream for our world. And we are at a crossroads here in America. But our future is bright because you had the courage to stand for your convictions. So I'm humbled here to talk to you about why I love the American dream. My story's pretty simple, it's unique, and some of you share in it. My parents were born and raised in East Africa. My father in the 1970s fled a genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where he saw 300,000 of his countrymen murdered, where he saw what lawlessness would do if it was allowed to break through the system of constitutional justice. He fled, like so many others. He married my mother. They moved here. They waited in line. They stood in line because the American dream was worth standing in line for. That dream is woven into the fabric of this nation, and our immigration policy is the greatest policy in the world. And now that we have Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, it will become the greatest policy in the world again. But dreams and hopes aren't enough, my friends. We got to get to work. And we got to accept the realities that too many of you know from your communities. President Trump launched in his first term priorities of national security, law enforcement, economy, and global diplomacy. But now we have to retread some of that. And I'd just like to go over a few of the things that our community has been living under these last few years. In the last calendar year alone, we had 100,000 drug overdoses. In the last calendar year alone, we had over 100,000 rapes. In the last calendar year alone, we had 17,000 homicides. That is unacceptable in 2025 in the United States of America. That is why we need constitutional law and order. When I read the statistic that for the age group of 18 to 45, the #1 cause of death is CCP fentanyl. We are not prioritized to go after the threats that face this country, and most of all, that face our future generations. But thank God, we will be starting right now. President Trump and J.D. Vance's leadership and administration will usher in the priorities that I cherished during my 16 years in government service. That we will always, always honor the men and women who wear the cloth of our nation and stand on that wall and tell you nothing's getting by them tonight. And so to them, thank you. To our teachers and our frontline workers and our first responders, y'all choose to show up every single day for our children, for our communities, and we will now show up for you. Thank you for keeping us safe. To the men and women in law enforcement, and maybe I'm biased on this one, our police officers, our sheriffs, our federal agents are some of the greatest warriors that God has ever created. And we will put them first because they have our backs, and now we will have your backs. I am standing here because of the American dream. I am not standing here because of the color of my skin. I'm standing here because I earned my right on this stage, and you earned your right to be here with me. And I promise you this, with every fiber of my being, that our law enforcement, that our teachers, that our first responders, that our veterans, that our men and women in uniform who dare to serve this country and put themselves below the rest of our needs will be reprioritized to the top of the heap because they are standing on that wall, and we will not let that light go dark on them. Whether I was a national security prosecutor, a public defender, President Trump's deputy director of national intelligence, his chief of staff at the Department of Defense, or so many other roles that I was humbled and privileged to serve when I swore an oath to that Constitution, which I hope to do so again one day soon. You have my word that you have ushered in a dynasty of change. You have ushered in a dynasty that will allow our children to live this American dream. My American dream. I am living the world's American dream. I am the son of lawful immigrants. We worked our tails off just like you all do, and I'm going to make you a deal. I promise you I will never quit on your children. I will never quit on their children, because this American dream does not belong to me. It does not belong to them. This American dream belongs to the world. So in closing, I just want to tell you this. It's pretty cool to be speaking in Capital One Arena right before the boss. You've inspired me beyond words. Your love, your devotion, your commitment to our country, everywhere I go, shows us that we are not only the beacon of hope, but we are the land of constitutional justice. We are the land under Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance where we are going to end the two-tier system of justice. We are going to remove the weaponization of the intelligence community for political purposes. And we are going to put the men and women of America first. So listen, there's just one thing left to do. We all got work to do. We've got the greatest president and the greatest vice president in the history of the world. And so I just need you all to do a little bit more. Every time you see a law enforcement officer, every time you see a veteran, every time you see a teacher, shake their hand. Give them a little bit of your time, because they're giving us all of our time. And don't forget to enjoy the ride, ladies and gentlemen. God bless America. God bless these United States of America. God bless every one of you. I'm living the American dream. My name is Kash Patel, and I ain't going anywhere. Let's go to work.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Dan Scavino.
Hello, Patriots. How's everybody doing this evening? We're back! USA! 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 The 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America will be here shortly. He's down at the Capitol. He'll be in a little while. He'll be here. They asked me to come out and say a few words and say hello to you great American patriots that came from all over the country. Thank you for being here today. One thing I just noticed when we were leaving the Capitol after the swearing in that really hit me hard after the journey we have been on over the last 9 years, especially over the last 4 years. It really hit me when they took the presidential seal right here and put it on front of the podium for when the president gets here. President Trump often says to us on Team Trump over the years, "You're so lucky that I took you on this journey." In the good times and the bad times, no matter what would be happening, we'd be sitting on Trump Force One, Air Force One, in the Oval Office, at Mar-a-Lago, no matter where it may be, Good times, bad times. You are so lucky I took you on this journey. And you know what, Mr. President? You are damn right. You took all of us on this journey. There's been a lot of stops along the way from 2016 when we started back in 2015 with a small campaign team flying around the country, doing rallies, small team, 6, 7, maybe 8 people. Then it continued to grow. Before you knew it, the GOP nomination was going to Donald J. Trump in Cleveland in 2016. Fast forward, he became the 45th president of the United States of America. He had a great 4-year term, and you know what's been great? The last 4 years have not been great in many senses, but he's back in office right now, and I'm just absolutely so pumped up for what this president is going to do. He loves each and every one of you in this arena. The guy cares. He has a fighting spirit, as you saw in Butler, Pennsylvania, with the assassination attempt that came a few months ago. You could say that again. Fight, fight, fight. It's a moment that I will never forget, being there and in the hospital with him. I want to just give you a behind-the-scenes moment with the president and the heart that he has. We were in the hospital he had blood coming down his ear. He wanted to know how his staff was. Myself and Susie were with him, and Stephen Chung and Walt, and even the Secret Service. How are you guys doing? The guy just got shot in the damn head, and he's worried about us. Are you guys okay? He's on the phone with his family. Showed him a picture, the iconic photo of his fist raised in the air. Told him it was from Doug Mills from the New York Times, a great photographer. He looked at the picture, he's staring at the picture, one of the most historical photos of all time. There'll never be anything like it. He said, call Doug and see if he's doing okay. That's the attitude he had in that hospital. Our president has been resilient through a lot, and I don't need to get into all of it because you're all familiar with it, and I'm convinced much of it that went on over the last 4 years is why he won the election in an electoral landslide. In Butler, Pennsylvania, when he got up and he raised that fist and he shouted, "Fight." He will do that for every one of you, for the United States of America. He will always put America first, without question. He loves what he does. He's got a great administration and a great team behind him. What a journey. McDonald's, drive-through window, garbage trucks showing up at a rally, and him on the plane putting on his orange vest. Sir, are you going to take that off? I'm going to the rally in my orange vest. The guy is 1 in a trillion. There will never be anybody like this man again. Enjoy this moment. Enjoy this movement. And together, we will continue to fight, 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 put America first, and make America great again. God bless everybody here. We love you. Thank you.
Josie's on a vacation far away. Come around and talk it over. So many things that I wanna say. You know I like my girls a little bit older. I just wanna use your love tonight. I don't wanna lose your love tonight. I ain't got many friends left to talk to. The ways around when I'm in trouble. You know I'd do anything for you. Stay alive and keep it undercover. I just wanna use shoulder to cry upon. I just wanna use your love tonight. Yeah, I don't wanna lose your love tonight. Yeah, I just wanna use your love tonight. I don't wanna lose your love tonight. I just wanna use your love tonight. I don't wanna lose your love Yeah, I've been throwing down the whiskey. I ought to get my money back. Someone said it drowns a memory. Oh, but it ain't doing jack. Yeah, I've been sipping, I've been buzzing, shooting doubles like it's nothing. All but nothing makes you go away. I need something you prove, something stronger than I'm used to. Yeah, I've been pulling 92 on and feel like nothing's gonna cut it. That's the hard truth. Yeah, I need something you prove. Oh, I need something you prove. Put 'em up till they shutting them down, yeah. You never ain't not around, yeah. Don't matter what time, what town, I can't get you gone. Turn the bar, yeah, upside down. Just looking for something that does it. I give 'em all my money, ain't nobody selling nothing. You prove something stronger than I'm used to. Yeah, I've been pulling 92 on and feel like nothing's gonna cut it. That's the hard truth. Yeah, I need something you prove. Oh, I need something you prove. Yeah, I've been mixing liquors trying to get you gone. Oh, but I must be doing something wrong. 'Cause I've been working hard to fade your memory, baby, but the only thing faded is me. I need something you prove, something stronger than I'm used to. Yeah, I've been pulling 92 on to feel like nothing's gonna cut it. That's the hard truth. I need something you prove. Oh, I need something you prove.
bar, can't sing without her. So make them drinks strong, cause brother, she's gone. And if I'm ever gonna move on, I'ma need some whiskey glasses, cause I don't wanna see the truth. She's probably making out on the couch right now with someone new. Yeah, I'ma need some whiskey glasses if I'm gonna make it through. If I'ma be single, I'ma need a double shot of that heartbreak proof and see the world through whiskey glasses. See the world through whiskey glasses. Need a better view, I'm drinking you. Last call, I swear this'll be my last call. I ain't drunk, darling, no more at 3 a.m. Mr. Bartender, hit me again. Don't wanna think about her, or wear a ring without her. Don't wanna hit the karaoke bar, can't sing without her. So make them drinks strong, cause brother, she's gone. And if I'm ever gonna move on, I'ma need some whiskey glasses, cause I don't wanna see the truth. She's probably making out on the couch right now with someone new. Yeah, I'ma need some whiskey glasses if I'm gonna make it through. If I'ma be single, I'ma need a double shot of that heartbreak proof and see the world through whiskey glasses. Oh, see the world through whiskey glasses. Yeah. Line 'em up, line 'em up, line 'em up, line 'em up. Knock 'em back, knock 'em back, knock 'em back, knock 'em back. Fill 'em up, fill 'em up, fill 'em up, fill 'em up. Cause if she ain't ever coming back, line 'em up, line 'em up, line 'em up, line 'em up. Knock 'em back, knock 'em back, knock 'em back, knock 'em back. Fill 'em up, fill 'em up, fill 'em up, fill 'em up. Cause if she ain't ever coming back, I'ma need some whiskey glasses, cause I don't wanna see the truth. She's probably making out on the couch right now with someone new. Yeah, I'ma need some whiskey glasses if I'm gonna make it through. If I'ma be single, I'ma need a double shot of that heartbreak proof and see the world through whiskey glasses. Oh, see the world through whiskey glasses. Yeah. See the world through whiskey glasses. Yeah. Sunday morning, man, she woke up fighting mad, bitching and moaning on and on about the time I had. And by Tuesday, you could say that girl was good as gone. And then when Thursday came around, I was all alone. So I went for a drive to clear my mind. Ended up at a shell on I-65. Then I won $100 on a scratch-off ticket. Bought 2 12-packs and a tank of gas with it. She swore they were a waste of time, all, but she was wrong. I was caller number 5 on the radio station. Won a 4-day, 3-night beach vacation. Deep sea senorita fishing down in Panama. And I ain't gotta see my ex-future mother-in-law anymore. Oh Lord, when it rains, it pours. got me thinking that her leaving is the only logical reason that I got the last spot in the Hooters parking lot, and the waitress left her number on my check with a heart. She picked up on the first ring when I gave her a call, and I only spent $5 at the Moose Club raffle, won a used four-wheeler and 3 free passes for me and 2 of my buddies to play around a golf. And I ain't gotta see my ex-future mother-in-law anymore. Oh Lord, when it rains it pours, when it rains it pours. I've been on one hell of a redneck road for 3 weeks now, and it all started on the day that she walked out. Then I won $100 on a scratch-off ticket, bought 2 12-packs and a tank of gas with it. She swore they were a waste of time, all, but she was wrong. And I was caller number 5 on the radio station, won a 4-day, 3-night beach vacation, deep sea senorita fishing down in Panama. And I ain't gotta see my ex-future mother-in-law anymore. Oh Lord, when it rains it pours. take our time tonight, girl. Above us, all the stars are watching. There's no place I'd rather be in this world. Your eyes are where I'm lost in. Underneath the chandelier, we're dancing all alone. There's no reason to hide what we're feeling inside right now. So baby, let's just turn down the lights and close the door. Ooh, I love that dress, but you won't need it anymore. No, you won't need it no more. Let's just kiss till we're naked, baby. Versace on the floor. Ooh, take it off for me, for me, for me, for me now, girl. Versace on the floor. Ooh, take it off for me, for me, for me, for me now, girl. I'll unzip the back and watch it fall while I kiss your neck and shoulders. No, don't be afraid to show it all. I'll be right here ready to hold you. Girl, you know you're perfect from your head down to your heels. Don't be confused by my smile, 'cause I ain't never been more for real, for real. So just turn down the lights and close the door. Ooh, I love that dress, but you won't need it anymore. No, you won't need it no more. Let's just kiss till we're naked, baby. Versace on the floor. Ooh, take it off for me, for me, for me, for me now, girl. Versace on the floor. Ooh, take it off for me, for me, for me, for me now, girl. Yes. It's warming up. Can you feel it? It's warming up. Can you feel it? It's warming up. Can you feel it, baby? It's warming up. Seems like you're ready for more, more, more. Let's just kiss till we're naked. Ooh, Versace on the floor. Hey, baby, take it off for me, for me, for me, for me now, girl. Versace on the floor. Oh, oh, oh. Take it off for me, for me, for me, for me now, girl. Versace on the floor. Floor, floor.
Together and be a very memorable experience. It is a tradition that the committee give our new president and first lady, our vice president, and Mrs. Vance, the official photographs taken at the swearing-in ceremony. And so it is such an honor to be able to have those presented to you. I hope you will display them with pride, with honor, and with a humbleness that I know you will carry with you every single day that you serve the people of this country. May God bless you all.
Thank you, Senator Fisher. Now on behalf of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, I'd like to present the President and Mrs. Trump and the Vice President and Mrs. Vance with these crystal Lenox vases. See them over here? For the 10th consecutive inauguration, Lenox has provided the official inaugural gift. The hand-cut etched vases display the White House for the President and the U.S. Capitol for the Vice President, because I know that he is going to enjoy not only being the Vice President, but also, as Senator Thune and Schumer know, the President of the United States Senate, and there's no better job than that. These gifts symbolize our equal branches of government as well as our enduring democracy. There they are. I will now invite Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson of Louisiana, to give the toast to the Vice President.
Thank you so much. It is my great honor to offer a toast to our new Vice President, Mr. J.D. Vance. J.D., you wrote something very poignant in your memoir, actually many things very poignant, but let me quote you here. What separates the successful from the unsuccessful are the expectations they had for their own lives. That's really meaningful. That expectation is a powerful thing. We remember the people in our lives who provided that to us. We all need that. Everybody needs hope and encouragement. They need a greater expectation. We need people in our lives who will make us look farther and reach higher. JD's written a lot about the people in his life that have done that. He's written about, we know the great story of your grandparents and what they did in your life. He's written about his professors and mentors that he met in law school. He writes speaks a lot about his gracious, beautiful wife, our new second lady, Usha. Is a great inspiration as well. And JD, you yourself have been inspiring people. Your story really has. It's one of the reasons that I believe God has raised your platform as he has, because you've been so faithful to tell that story and to inspire so many others. And so our hope and our prayer is, as you continue to do this, that as you go to help us execute on the America First agenda, that you also do what you've been doing so well all along, and that is providing a model for what is possible in America. What a great story, what an inspiring story you've had, and it's just getting started. I pray specifically that you inspire a lot of the young men in America. Some of them feel hopeless and stagnant sometimes, and you're a great example to all of them and to all of us, that if you work hard and you play by the rules and you do the right thing, you can make a better life. You're now the Vice President of the United States, my friend. So everyone, will you please join me in raising a glass to our own mentors, the people who inspired all of us, to the possibilities of our own future, to these great new horizons. What a perfect choice this was for the painting, the artwork today, and to the great example of our new Vice President, Mr. J.D. Vance. You're here.
Thank you, Speaker Johnson and Vice President Vance. I will now invite my senator next door in the state of South Dakota, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, to give the toast for the President.
Well, Mr. President, Madam First Lady, congratulations. It is an honor for all of us to be able to be here today with you on this historic day as we celebrate your inauguration. Mr. President, one of the most important influences in my life when I was getting started in politics was Ronald Reagan. His philosophy of limited government, his belief in peace through strength, the strength of his convictions, were all things that appealed to me. But I was also drawn by his optimism and by his belief in America. And Mr. President, those are qualities that I see in you. One of the things that resonated throughout your campaign was the unshakable belief in our country and in her citizens. You remind us of everything that's possible in America. I'm looking forward to working with you over the next 4 years to build up our great country. It says in the scriptures that if you ask for wisdom, it will be given to you and given to you generously. And so I pray, and our prayer is, that God will richly bless you in the years ahead and grant you not only strength, but wisdom. And ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to join me in raising a glass to the President of the United States, President Donald Trump. Hear, hear.
So, this has been a long day with many other things ahead for so many of you. But I want to thank you for attending the 60th inaugural ceremonies. And as we close, we ask that you pick up a gift. All of our guests are going to get a set of commemorative glasses in embossed leather featuring the Great Seal of the United States, which Senator Fisher and I selected together, and maybe Senator McConnell added some bourbon from Kentucky. Just saying. It is now my privilege to conclude this luncheon by asking Margaret Kibben, the chaplain for the House of Representatives, to deliver the benediction. Thank you. And we know we love this eagle podium. It's pretty good, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the benediction.
Would you pray with me? Holy and merciful God, having witnessed another successful moment in the experiment that you have entrusted into the hands of the American people, we pray your blessing on our 47th President of these United States, Donald J. Trump, and Vice President James D. Vance. Ensure that this mantle of singular responsibility that you have laid upon our President's shoulders remains secure in your will and safeguarded in your keeping. Uphold him as he preserves, protects, and defends the Constitution to the best of his abilities, relying on your divine help. God of power and might, grace and mercy, grant that your spirit of counsel has access to the President's heart to search it, to his mind to examine it, to his will to test it, that his faithfulness would bear witness to your truth. Surround him with angels and advisors who will serve as your agents to guide and guard him, caution and encourage him to remain upright and blameless in your sight. Buckle the belt of truth around his waist. Place the breastplate of righteousness over his heart. Fit his feet with readiness, that your gospel of wisdom and justice will shine forth throughout President Trump's administration. We offer this prayer to the one whose voice we follow to guide all that we do and all that we hope for. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please remain at your seats as President Trump, Vice President Vance, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, and the official party depart National Statuary Hall.
Summertime is finally here. That old ballpark man is back in gear out on 49. Man, I can see the lights. School's out and the nights roll in, man. Just like a long lost friend you ain't seen in a while. You can't help but smile. And it's 2 bare feet on the dashboard. Young love and an old Ford, cheap shades and a tattoo and a yoo-hoo bottle on the floorboard. Perfect song on the radio. Sing along, cause it's one we know. It's a smile, it's a kiss, it's a sip of wine, it's summertime. Sweet summertime. Temperature says 93 down at the deposit and guarantee, but that swimming hole, it's nice and cold.
We are back with you, looking now at pictures from inside the Capitol Visitor Center. This is what traditionally would be outside on the east front of the Capitol, but with a lot of today's inauguration-related activities brought inside, this is what's known as pass and review. This is where an incoming president makes a symbolic review of the troops of the U.S. military. Traditionally, this would be something we would see kick off the parade, leaving the Capitol headed down toward the White House. So instead, this will be occurring at this point. President Donald Trump will come in and perform this ceremonial duty and then head on to the Capital One Arena, where again, there will be other events taking place this afternoon in lieu of that traditional parade. So this pass and review, this is something that we traditionally see as part of our inauguration activities. It is consistent on the schedule. It's not a really intensive inspection of the military, but again, it is considered to be something symbolic and is a traditional sort of duty for the commander-in-chief or the official in charge of the military to give them a look over, since as president, that also comes with that the commander-in-chief duties and the person who is atop the United States military forces. So we are seeing all of that taking place here in the Congressional Visitor Center. And shortly, we do expect that we will see President Donald Trump coming into this space to participate in pass and review before he and Vice President J.D. Vance head on to the Capital One Arena. For the past more than an hour, they have been taking part in the traditional Inauguration Day luncheon, also on the Capitol complex. And you were looking at some images of that earlier. That event recently wrapped up, and so this is what's next here on our schedule. Let's listen in as it gets going.
Honor, go! Attention! Ceremonial at east! Hold, stand at east! Hold, ready, hold.
We see President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump entering the area where the passing review is taking place. So let's listen in as the newly incoming president does his official inspection of the U.S. military forces. The next.
Sir, this includes first honors. charge of your units.
Taking a look here at the Capitol, now that the pass and review ceremonial inspection of the military has concluded, we see President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump exiting the Capitol. Their motorcade has been awaiting them. This will be their initial trip as President and First Lady officially getting into these vehicles that will be their official modes of transportation, at least when they're on the ground in Washington and throughout the world. Really, these same sorts of vehicles will be transporting them. But now they are headed to what is standing in for the inaugural parade. There you see the Capital One Arena. That is elsewhere here across Washington. And that is where supporters of the president have been waiting for hours at this point to see him in person. They watched live from that Jumbotron screen you see there in the middle of the arena. They watched live as he took the oath in the rotunda of the U.S. Capitol about 4.5 hours ago. And they have been watching other images coming in from the events on this inauguration day. That luncheon that just concluded elsewhere in the Capitol, the pass and review inspection of the troops. And now they are watching President Trump and the First Lady get into their waiting vehicles that will take them to that arena. So, Sagar, as we're looking at these images, this is a different kind of inauguration, obviously, because everything is kind of inside and on a different schedule. But what do you think we are going to be seeing once Donald Trump gets to Capital One Arena from this crowd? They've been waiting for a while, but if they've been to some of his political rallies in the past, they're probably kind of used to some of that time frame.
And I think it's going to look a lot like, to those of us who've been to Trump rallies, like a Trump campaign rally, not necessarily a, hi, I'm the new president now. Based on the speech that we saw the newly minted president give to backers after his formal inaugural address, that was a somewhat short version of the greatest hits speech that you've especially have heard so many times.
Lots of familiar points, though.
Yes, immigration, the election was stolen, people are crazy, et cetera, et cetera. That was before governors and lawmakers and dignitaries inside a very dignified place inside the United States Capitol. Here you're going into a basketball and hockey arena with 20,000 supporters, many of whom have spent quite a bit of money to get to Washington and wanted to be outside to take part in the regular festivities. As you said, some of them 8-9 hours. It's really cold in D.C. People waited in line outside to then get in the arena, where we're told a lot of the concession stands aren't open, so now they may be hungry as well. And
maybe hangry by this point.
Exactly. So I think what you can expect, based on past experience, pretty raucous welcome, and then a pretty raucous speech from the president. I don't think this is going to be the softer tones, middle ground inaugural address. Let's, push for unity in America. This is going to be, you are my people, 20,000 of you have waited hours to see me, and I'm going to give you the campaign speech.
And from some of the people we've seen taking the stage there at Capital One ahead of President Trump, a lot of familiar faces from the campaign trail. Clearly, Elon Musk was on stage a short while ago giving comments that mirrored a lot of what he said in favor of Trump's candidacy along the campaign trail. We saw Dan Scavino, who has been one of Trump's advisors during his first term and clearly during his campaigns, and now coming into the second term. On the left-hand side of the screen, we are seeing the motorcade begin to make its way out of the Capitol complex, and we'll be heading across Washington there to the Capital One Arena. Anticipate this won't be a very long trip. Clearly roads are blocked off because this is now the president making a trip across Washington, which we will be seeing many times over the next 4 years. And the traffic blockades and other security measures that are always taken when he gets on the road.
This is the full-on presidential motorcade, more than a dozen vehicles, a lot of armor, a lot of very heavily armed gentlemen in a couple of these vans, the Secret Service counter-assault team, the ambulance, the vans with staff, the vans with reporters, other support staff, more security. Then you add in that this is a national security, special security event, and you add in that the vice president's there. This is going to be a very quick trip. You know, there's no stopping at lights here. There's no waiting for someone on a crosswalk. None of that happens here.
And it'll be interesting to see how many people are lining the streets, because as we've talked about throughout this day, it is so cold. All the outdoor activities were called off. And a lot of people who had been anticipating that they would watch all of this on the mall from even big screens if they weren't able to see events happening on the west front of the Capitol, since those were moved inside, those screens were covered up and inactive, and people were told to stay inside. So we have seen some folks out on the streets, as there is the typical parade route through Washington that had been organized, festooned with flags long ago in anticipation of all of this. But it is currently, by my count, 21 degrees outside in D.C., and the wind gusts have made it feel much colder than that. So we see now the motorcade making its way.
I mean, you see more security and reporters and video cameras than you do just people outside watching. And it's odd because we're so used to this route being 7, 8, 9, 10 deep with people. People who had long ago rented hotels along this route, paid thousands of dollars to be able to watch from there. And, you know, here there's a smattering of people just to watch the limousine go by, not the slow version of the motorcade like during a parade. This is, you know, the regular, again, motorcade getting a president from point A to point B as quickly and as safely as they can do it.
And that typical part of the parade that we see for that last stretch in inaugurations past, where the president will get out and make it on foot. I think you said earlier that Jimmy Carter was the first president to...
First president to go the entire way. That entire 3-mile route from the Capitol to the White House. Jimmy and Rosalind Carter said, you know what? We want people to see us. We want them to think that this office belongs to them, because it does, and we want them to watch us the entire way from the seat of power to the executive mansion.
Seeing the motorcade slowing down to a stop right there.
I mean, maybe somebody was in the crosswalk. I could have been wrong. That van you see, the modified truck there, that is the Secret Service counter-assault team. These are the very heavily armed and armored operators whose job it is to repel an attack on the motorcade. Never been deployed. Actually, have not had to jump out of the vans and do it, but when we get up on the White House driveway and they open their doors and they start taking their stuff out, it's not a group of gentlemen you want to mess with.
Understood. Continuing to take a look there at the Capital One Arena, where the crowd is now awaiting maybe not the next speaker to take the stage, but certainly the one they've been waiting for all day, and that will be President Donald Trump, who is continuing to make his way to this sports arena in Washington in his motorcade for the next of these official events as part of the inauguration. I would imagine that a lot of the folks in that arena who've been waiting there today have probably been to some, if maybe one or maybe several of Donald Trump's campaign rallies or other events along the way. And Sagar, you know, those of us who've covered a lot of these events, those people are accustomed to waiting quite a long time to get through security, but also to
just waiting on Donald Trump himself to...
Sometimes the schedule takes some twists and turns.
The schedule gets a little bit out of whack. I mean, as it does with a lot of presidents and a lot of candidates. We've all lived through very long delays at the White House and various events. And something like today, even as choreographed as it is, can go off the rails very quickly. You know, what we anticipated would be a few minutes of remarks from Donald Trump after his main speech became longer than the actual speech.
Right.
That has a way of knocking you off schedule, and all the handshakes and the posing with the thumbs up and all that kind of thing. So yeah, this is not out of the ordinary. That doesn't make it easier when you're not allowed to bring a whole lot of stuff in and you might be really hungry or thirsty. But the anticipation of seeing the new president may be enough to offset a lot of that.
And especially, I guess, coupled with the fact that there are a lot of events that folks who've come here to Washington to experience this haven't really been able to get that same feel. You know, we're all these set pieces of being on the west front of the Capitol and the parade and those moments where his supporters would get to see in person Donald Trump at this point, not really having that because of all of the weather-related changes, but that is very understandable because it's for safety and it is extremely, extremely cold.
I mean, there have been a lot of the usual parties, Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night receptions, but that might not be something the average Trump supporter might attend. I mean, we're talking balls where people are, you know, black tie, paying thousands of dollars to get in.
High-level donors and supporters.
Right,
yeah.
exactly. Folks who are willing to put out that kind of money, whereas a lot of times in Washington for inaugurations, you have people who bring their kids and their families just to be able to say, we watched this peaceful transfer of power, a hallmark of American democracy. We wanted our kids outside to watch the outgoing president and the new president roll by. They didn't get that today. Did some of those folks get into the arena? Maybe. Capacity 20,000. That's less than a tenth of the number of people that were expected to be on the West Front and on the Capitol grounds. Forget all the general admission areas on the National Mall, along the parade route, wherever else. You're looking at, you know, maybe in the neighborhood of 300,000 people, and now you're down to 20,000. I'm not great with the math, but that math doesn't seem great. A lot of people who wanted to see something are not going to get to see it.
Just a fraction of what would have been possible, but still.
Fraction, that's probably a better way to than to try to actually do the math in my head. But this arena that's been hosting NBA and NHL games and concerts, and I mean, I've taken my nephews and niece to the circus and to see the Harlem Globetrotters in this building. I mean, it's hosted everything. This is a new one. This is not something that what used to be called the MCI Center, then became the Verizon Center, is now Capital One Arena. This is not something that it's ever hosted. This is not something that's really happened on this scale. The old Capitol Center in the DC suburbs in Maryland hosted a very truncated celebration for Ronald Reagan's 1985 inauguration. That was the last time something was moved indoors, but there was no parade. You know, how, again, they're going to pull off an actual parade in this building? Again, I've seen a lot of different kinds of events in there over the years, but this will be something different.
I've been to many college basketball games in that arena back when it was the MCI Center, kind of dating myself a bit, but
I still refer to it as just simply Verizon with my wife, and that it hasn't been called that for a couple of years now. I'm not violating any, naming deals or anything, but to me, it was MCI, like for you, for a long time, and then Verizon. And people in D.C. who remember the old Capitol Center, long since demolished, have been conflating the two names. So you have Capital One Arena, the new one. The Capitol Center no longer exists. The Capitol. So there have been all kinds of, well, wait, which building is what? What time's the Cap Center thing? Like, well, it's not, because they blew up the building 20 some odd years ago. A lot of concerts and games there as well.
And just to go back to what we were saying earlier about some of the supporters in there, I mean, they have been there probably since at least 8 o'clock this morning. I think there were people getting ready to line up and make their way over there when I was coming in, several hours ahead of that. So this has literally been an all-day affair for the people there in the Capital One Arena.
Musical outreach organization, the United States
And
Army
they're
Field Band
obviously going to wait
Maryland.
a little while longer.
They
We
are
have
led by
not
Commander
quite
and Conductor
seen,
Lieutenant Colonel
nor
Domingo
are we
S.
expecting
Robinson.
necessarily to see
The
President
U.S.
Trump
Army
or
Field
Vice
Band
President
develops
Vance
positive
make their way
connections on behalf of the
into
Army,
the arena
from the defense
itself.
and the United States through live
But the crowd
music,
will
multimedia performances,
be sure to let you know once it gets its first look at the now 47th President of the United States.
and appearing regularly on major television and streaming.
And what we're seeing now is, you know, if this had been a parade, we would see a lot of marching bands and different musical acts kind of participating, as we often see. But I think we're getting a somewhat of a sense of that now from what we have just heard and from what you're seeing on your screen. Some of those same groups who travel here from all over the country to take part in inauguration parades at invitation of the committee and sometimes to represent a certain institution or geographic area. But we are still seeing some of those entities making their way in there for performances. It just looks a little different, but still has a festive feeling to it. And I'm sure that the folks who have been there since very early this morning, who have been listening to a lot, watching a lot, but at least they are seeing now some level of performance as part of the festivities on this inauguration day.
I wonder if that trade-off, sitting inside the arena for 8-9 hours, whatever it might be, the trade-off with not being outside in single-digit wind chill for a good chunk of that. I wonder who'd fall into which side of that. Like, would you rather have been outside and waiting, I don't know, 5 hours, 6 hours, or inside? Mm-hmm. I'm gonna vote for inside. And if you did bring little kids, then here's hoping your bag had some, I don't know what you would need there to keep them occupied for 8 hours, but bring it all.
Yeah, and too, just to logistically, Sagar, when we think about this is the same arena where Donald Trump spoke last night, and it's really only been in the last 48 hours, really, that all of the logistics for this inauguration have been completely transformed from everything we've talked about of what usually happens to what we see happening now. So using this space for multiple different things, trying to figure out how to accommodate not only the supporters that have been there since early this morning, but also these musical groups and other participants taking place in what would have been the parade. I can't imagine all the work that it takes to get into that, but for whatever level of frustration anybody has been feeling about this is what we're seeing. They were able to figure out how to make it all come together. It's just kind of important to note all of the planning that usually takes years for an inauguration and for all of the events that come together had to be changed at the very, very last minute to accommodate this Arctic blast that we're feeling here in Washington.
And the Capitol Rotunda is always the fallback, the bad weather fallback, since it was for Ronald Reagan 40 years ago. It hasn't had to be used, but there exists that possibility. At least they've done it before. There is a way to obviously secure that building and secure that space. To transfer a pro sports arena into this, I mean, you imagine what the logistics involved in this have been over the last 48, 72 hours. You know, we all first got word Friday afternoon, like, hey, they might move it inside, to, oh, wow, they moved it inside. Oh, wow, that must be a terrible, I mean, I have a headache thinking about that for them. To be able to pull it off, you know, the rotunda, everything there seemed to go well, at least, you know, outside looking in, everything went off without a hitch. Is this easier to secure if you look at it perhaps from the Secret Service standpoint? Absolutely. A building, an actual building, is always going to be easier to secure than an outdoor event, as we saw twice this summer. Speaking of which, that first assassination attempt against Donald Trump in Butler County, Pennsylvania, there will be first responders from Butler County among the folks who are taking part in this parade, so that will be a nice touch. But yeah, the place looks pretty full, and they've got, you know, a whole lot of red, white, and blue going on. It helps that that's, you know, been part of the Washington Capitals and Washington Wizards color scheme as well. So
maybe they already had that on.
They may have already had some of those filters in place with the lights. Who knows? I wonder what they did with the banners, the retired numbers and things there. The camera's not tilted up that high, but you've got Capitals players' numbers retired up there, the old Washington Bullets World Championship banner flying, but those are pretty high up. And I've had such nosebleed seats that we've been looking down on the banners. That's how high we've sat for some games and concerts there.
It's important to note those security measures that you point out from all of those outdoor rallies that we covered before Butler and then after Butler, when the campaign did hold some outdoor events, and there was a question of whether Secret Service would allow the Trump campaign to really do that. And once they had decided that they wanted to return to those outdoor events, so there we see Sagar there.
I know, that's all I had to do was mention it, and now we see their Eastern Conference Champions banner, the President's Trophy, the Washington Mystics.
Still represented there in the Capital One Arena. Home to many different kinds of events, including the 60th Presidential Inaugural Parade.
We've not gotten a sense from the pool traveling with, and now President Trump, about when exactly we will see him. And again, we are expecting him. If you look very closely at that stage, you have the lectern where he will make his remarks, but off to the left of that, it almost looks like a toy from a distance. It's something my daughters have right now in their playroom. There's a little desk with a presidential seal on it. President Trump is expected to sign some executive orders there. He's been previewing it for days. He told the crowd of this very building yesterday that they would be very happy with some of the actions that he's going to take, and sure enough, he will be signing them from that stage.
Yes, Sagar, and if we see remarks from President Trump, signing of those executive orders that you were talking about, this isn't the last thing on their dance card, so to speak, for the evening. We expect the Trumps to go back to the White House for more signing of executive orders, but even beyond that, and there's a close-up there of that desk that you were just talking about. But after that, there's a series of inaugural balls where we expect the President and First Lady to attend this evening. There's the Commander-in-Chief inaugural ball, there's the Liberty inaugural ball, and then the Starlight ball. So 3 separate events where we expect to see the President and First Lady beyond what's going to be happening in this arena. So they're extreme close-up there of that desk with a stack of what we presume are executive orders and other proclamations that President Trump will be signing once he gets there to the Capital One Arena. But after that, then the parties, those first dances between the President and First Lady that we think we'll be seeing later on tonight.
It's not like it used to be. Ronald Reagan, I believe, had 9 inaugural balls one year, and he joked about, if we just go and spend 10 minutes at each, maybe we'll fall asleep by the end of them. That's a lot of transit. That's a lot of in and out of the vehicles and dancing, and 3 seems a little bit more manageable.
There we can see some of the pool photographers who have been traveling around with President Trump today. So anticipate that when we see them, that means that we will be seeing him at least relatively shortly, so they can be out front to get those shots as he and First Lady Melania Trump, we believe, will be coming into this arena.
With note almost smack in the middle of the screen is Evan Vucci, who's the AP's chief Washington photographer, who's covered more inaugurations than I can think of. So,
well, don't date him too much.
Well,
don't make him feel too old.
Let me rephrase that. More big Washington events than I can think of. Yeah, I don't think he would like any kind of age reference there. But if we see Evan Vucci there and he's right in front, then you know that
we know there's a president.
Whomever the dignitary is, recovering here. He's getting close. You saw on that little table, which I'm not sure why I think that's funny, but it just looks like this tiny little table in this giant arena. The box with the pens. It would look to be that the Trump Sharpies are back. If you recall, we don't just use a ballpoint pen or a little fine tip marker. These are full-on Sharpies that make noise when signing.
You can certainly hear them.
Yes, and President Trump used to revel in handing out boxes of those. I was in the Oval Office one time when he had a group of kids, and he summoned an aide to bring 3 more boxes of them and was just handing each kid 3 and 4, just kind of flinging them out of this kids grabbing Sharpies and jamming them into their pockets.
Hey, it's a souvenir.
Like, I would take a presidential Sharpie. But it just makes such a distinct sound.
I was about to say, we saw earlier as the president was signing some other proclamations dealing with a lot of staff and some other things aside from the executive orders that we believe will be coming later. But we could hear on the audio from that those Sharpies were in action. So
and he always reveled in signing things in the Oval Office or whatever event he was speaking at, and turning around that folio and holding it up in the air, and that thick signature with that Sharpie was almost as big as some of the actual news in that document. So I trust with these EOs to cheers, he will be showing that off today as well. And then my guess would be that some of those Sharpies get flung into a crowd, and some of these folks are going to walk away with a souvenir.
A look at some of the musicians there who are providing the soundtrack to this stage of the events here in Capital One Arena. Otherwise, they would probably be marching outside on the cold streets of Washington, but they are inside, as are all of our parade-related events this afternoon.
bullets and bayonets back to the top. Bullets.
2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade. My name is Dan Taylor, and I'm very honored to be requested by our president to be your parade announcer. And it's great to be here with you. I have to say it is a bit of a different format for a parade, but of course our president wanted us to keep us safe, wanted to keep us warm. And I can tell you something, the talent that's going to be coming through these doors into this arena, it is going to get hot in here tonight. So thank you for joining us as we celebrate this historic occasion on behalf of the Trump-Vance Presidential Inaugural Committee. The ceremony's about to begin. We're going to get things underway, so if you're with family and friends, been talking in the halls or whatever, get down to your seats, grab a snack. We're going to get the show on the road.
not going to play Americans We or National Spirit. No Americans We or National Spirit. Next up is honors. Next up, the Herald will play honors. Next thing for us is bravura.